All right, so we're ready to go. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. At this time, I would like to call to order the meeting of April 27, 2022. At this time, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Janet, can you do the roll call at this time?
Commissioner Gupta?
Here.
Commissioner Ketchum?
Here.
Commissioner Hansen?
Here.
Chair Ramirez?
Here.
And staff is represented by Monowitz, Fox, and Montes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have public comments for items that are not on the agenda. At this point, Mrs. Lujan will advise the public on how they may participate during the public comment.
Thank you, Chair. So for those attending the Zoom, hold on. For those attending the meeting on the Zoom video conference this morning, we will use the raised hand feature in order to organize any public comments. During the general public comment periods, I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raised hand feature to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name called, I'll prompt you to unmute your microphone and inform you that you may begin speaking. You will have 2 minutes or 2 or 5 minutes, depending on discretion of the chair. And at the moment, I don't see any hands raised, so I think we're good.
Okay, we're good. Then, seeing that there are no one that wants to comment, and unless any commissions object, I will now close public comment for this item. Next, we have the consent agenda, and we have 3 items on the consent agenda, including the minutes for April 13, 2022. Is there any commissioners that would like to pull any of the items from the consent agenda? If not, I will consider. I would like to have someone. I think Mrs. Gupta.
I'm not. I had sent some questions on item 3. Is item 3 still on the consent agenda? I would really like the questions answered.
Okay, so let's pull it off the consent agenda at this time.
Okay. And for item 1 and 2, I would like to make a motion that we approve the revised minutes as well as item 2.
Okay, so let's get this approved. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Janet, can you do a roll call for that?
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum?
Aye.
Commissioner Hansen?
Aye.
Chair Ramirez?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Gupta, you want to make your questions at this time, and then we'll have staff answer.
Okay. The questions I had on this item were, one is the detached structure that is present, is that going to be completely demolished before the new one is built? Should I go ahead? I have 3 questions. I can go ahead and ask all 3.
Yeah. Who can answer from the staff? I'm sorry, I can't.
Yes, this is Kanoa, the project planner. I can try to answer some questions for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, should I repeat my question?
Well, so to answer your first question, it is going to be completely demolished. I pulled up here the outline of you can see the outline of the original garage kind of sticks out past the property line. This is the property line here. So in order to comply with public works requirements, then get that out of the right of way, they have to push it back onto the property line. So they're just keeping the same footprint and just pushing it back. They're going to demolish it because it's unsafe and they can't keep any of it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. My next question is that the minimum requirement is 2 covered parking spaces, and it's a big parcel. Why are we just entertaining a single car garage proposal?
This is let's see, I believe I put it in the staff report. Let me see. Oops, sorry. So it's really because of the slope of the lot. You can see here that it slopes quite a bit in all the way down to the house, and because they're pushing it back even further, they have to increase the height a little bit, and it's on an even greater slope. So for those purposes, to decrease the kind of environmental impacts of the project and removal of trees, other things on site, we supported just keeping that single car garage.
Okay. So is there additional room on the property to park cars, like uncovered parkings?
There will be this bridge over the driveway, and then the garage itself. That's really it because of the slope. I think I have an aerial here, how it comes off of the street.
Like
This is the existing conditions.
Is the applicant actively making sure that additional parking is provided on their property?
This will be really the only parking on the
Could you-
property.
Okay. Could you point where exactly it is? To me, it's not clear where the property is, where the entrance is.
Right here, this is the garage.
Okay. Okay, so we can't really see much.
Well, I
It's all
would say,
covered by the trees, right?
Commissioner Gupta, where Kanoa's cursor is right now, he had it at the entrance of the garage. And as he showed in the previous slide, that garage is going to be pushed back to the property line. And so by pushing it back and creating this bridge, it appears that there will be an uncovered space on that bridge in addition to the covered space in the garage.
Okay.
And parking is really challenging in this neighborhood with narrow roads, lots of trees, steep sites. So it's not an unusual circumstance that this property is in.
Okay.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do have Ernie Salander with his hand raised, and he's the property owner. So I don't know if you want to go ahead and let him.
I think, Ms. Gupta, you have more questions, right? Let's get through the questions first, and then we can have them come in.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, and my last question is that like we have several variances here that applicant is asking for. Was there any attempt made to move the new garage workshop structure away from the right side of right property line, right side property line?
The proposed again, the proposed location of the garage is really the only place that it could go without impacting the rest of the site. So the front side, the front front setback is allowed, and it's at a 0 setback right now. So just pushing it back would be kind of the least amount of change to the site, is just pulling it back a little bit into the property. So so that's why this design was chosen.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Those are my only questions. I would like to hear the chair. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
Could we hear
Janet,
the applicant?
Yeah, please allow the applicant to come in.
Sure, he should be on in just a second.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to point out that Kanoa was pointing to the neighbor's garage.
Oh.
Our garage is basically overgrown with ivy and to the left on the aerial photograph. Maybe he could bring that
Okay.
photograph back up again.
Let's see. So you're
See, so the garage you were initially pointing to, Kanoa, is the neighbor
okay.
garage, which is
Oh, so
all-
yours is over here.
ours is right there, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And it's basically collapsed as well. But you can see that the neighbors are encroaching, and then the next property over the neighbors are also encroaching into the right of way. You know, the fact that we're trying to do this all by the rules is forcing us to push it back to the property line. And we're essentially if we put it to the left, then between the property line and the existing building, there's not enough space for the garage. So we'd actually have to build over the existing building on the left-hand side. On the right, we feel like we're respecting the neighborhood pattern a lot better. And we'll really be giving you 2 parking spaces there, plus the 2 that are along the street where the shoulder is wide enough where my unfortunate owner's been having to park because she can't pull into the garage now. It's literally collapsing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solander.
You're welcome.
Okay. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, well, since we opened it now, we have to open it to public comment. So Janet, is there anyone that want to say, have a comment?
This is public comment for item number 3. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. Let's give it a few seconds. I didn't see anybody with their hand raised at the moment. No hands raised, Chair.
Okay, unless the commissioners object, I will close public comment on the item. Is there any other comments from commissioners at this time?
I would just like to make a comment that some of these things should have been included in the staff report. Then we wouldn't have to go through this. I think Mr. Solander added some things about extra parking, which could have been included there in the staff report as by the planner. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Ms. Gupta. Ms. Ketchum, do you have anything to add?
No questions, thanks.
Okay. Yeah. I would say, Ms. Gupta, that you know, I think that this is a reason why we get those the staff reports and we go through it, and some of us pick up some things that are missing and some not. You know, I think overall the staff may think that they have everything that they need, but it's you know, it's a good thing that more eyes can take a look at these things and figure out that maybe not everything is there. So anyway, I don't think there's any more comments on that. So I would like to contemplate a motion for this item at this time.
I move to approve the motion. Or do we need to read this in?
I think you could probably read the recommendation for it.
Can we put that?
I have it here if you'd like me to make the motion.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Ms.
move
Clayton.
to approve. I move to approve the design review permit and the non-conforming use permit county file number PLN 2020-00309 by adopting the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Janet, could you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we now can move to the regular agenda, and we have item number 4. Janet, could you read it into the record?
Sure, and bear with me with the pronunciation of the name. Owner, Gennady Argonov, applicant Paul Miner, file number PLN 2020-00291. The location is 345 Miramar Drive in Miramar, and our project planner this morning is Angela Chavez.
Good morning, commissioners. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. As Janet mentioned, this is consideration of a new residence in the Miramar area. Just to give you a little bit of background, I'm gonna briefly go over the general plan, local coastal program, zoning regulations, and environmental review compliance for this project. The project site is a vacant lot located on Miramar Drive in the unincorporated Miramar area. Cabrillo Highway is located to the east of the project site. You can see it kind of here at the top of the screen. The surrounding area is developed with single-family residences. The subject site is moderately sloped and previously served as the yard area for the neighboring parcel to the right. A shallow intermittent stream, Arroyo de En Medio Creek, is located along a portion of the rear yard area. And it's kind of just here along this tip. I have some other plans that will give you a better idea of where that is later in the presentation. So the project was found to be compliant with the county's general plan in regards to the vegetative, water, fish, and wildlife resources, components, visual quality, historical and archaeological resources, urban land use, water supply, and man-made hazards. So here is the site plan of the project site. And just for perspective, kind of as I mentioned, I highlighted the area of the creek here at the very kind of top of the screen in this blue box. So you can see that the house is pushed towards the front of the parcel and is well outside any of the required buffer zones. So this proposal is to construct a new 2,568 square foot, 2-story single family residence that includes a 595 square foot attached 2-car garage on an existing 8,787 square foot legal parcel. The parcel was determined to be legal with an approved lot line adjustment, which was recorded in 2001. The project involves the removal of one 41.1 inch diameter Monterey pine tree, which is located just here on the front left of the project site. There was an arborist report submitted and was part of the review of the Coastside Design Review Committee, and the tree was found to be in poor health, and the arborist recommended its removal. The project includes a landscaping plan, which also includes tree replacement and consists of native, drought tolerant, and non-invasive species. So again, these policies that the project was found to be in compliance with, so the locating and planning of new development, sensitive habitats, visual resources, and shoreline access. The project site is located between Highway 1 and the first public road. So it does include some additional requirements, although as we can see, the property doesn't actually have direct access to the beach. So those requirements are not in effect. As I was discussing in the staff report, the project was found to be compliant with these applicable standards. As we know, there's a lot of similarity in the intent and goals of the various regulations. And more, more specifically, the standards focus on the project's protection of resources. And as I mentioned, you can see that the house was pushed towards the front of the parcel. It is infill development, so it's consistent with the intent and goals of the zoning district and general plan designations. In terms of the zoning regulations, here's just a table of the S17 development standards and showing the project's compliance with those requirements. In addition to this, sorry, I'm going to go back just one second. The project also had a biologist report and a cultural resources report, which were both submitted as part of the project. And while no resources were found on the project site, mitigation measures were provided. In the unlikely chance that resources are encountered, these measures were included in both the mitigated negative declaration and as conditions of approval in attachment A of the staff report. So moving on, the project was reviewed by the Coastside Design Review Committee at 2 meetings. They did request some revisions to the original design, for which the applicant complied. The project was then re-reviewed at their June 10th, 2021 meeting and did receive a recommendation of approval at that time. The Coastal Commission found that the project was consistent with the neighborhood definition and character, included elements of design that were complementary to the surrounding development, and included landscaping, paved areas, fences, lighting, and noise standards, with the provision of the landscaping and downward lighting and other design features that are included in the proposed residence. So just to give you kind of an example, or not example, but show you the proposed design. The top here is the front elevation facing the street. And then as you move down at the left elevation, as it faces the neighbor to the right, or excuse me, to the left. And then here at the top, we have the rear elevation, and then the right side elevation on this lower element. Oops. Finally, an initial study, as I mentioned, initial study and mitigated negative declaration have been prepared and circulated for this project in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The public comment period for the project began on March 30th and ended on April 19th, 2022. One comment was received during the comment period. So the California Coastal Commission submitted one comment on April 19th, 2022, noting that they felt it was unclear from the initial study mitigated negative declaration about the project site's relationship to Arroyo de Medio Creek, and whether or not the applicable buffers had been established correctly. There's also some question with regards to the study area. So the way that the biologist report was compiled is that they basically defined a biological study area, or a BSA, which is comprised of a 200-foot buffer area encircling the parcel. So that's shown here in red. Certain elements were found in this, or resources had potential to occur within this greater red study area, but were not actually present on the project site. So some of the concerns of the commission about the presence of things, it appears that there was perhaps just some confusion about the overall study area versus the project location. The biologists did not find resources on the project site itself, but did include mitigation measures in the off chance that these resources might occur. So those mitigation measures, as I mentioned previously, were included as conditions of approval as attachment and are included in attachment A of the report. Therefore, based on staff's analysis and discussions in the staff report, it's our recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt the initial study and mitigated negative declaration and approve the requested permits subject to the recommended findings of conditions of approval as listed in attachment A. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you for that great presentation. Any questions from commissioners? I call on Commissioner Ketchum at this time.
Thank you. So the plans show a 3-bedroom house, but the project description says 4-bedroom. Is that because the study could be used as a bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. So for us, our general designation, anything with a closet constitutes a bedroom. So that's how we would have described it.
Okay, thanks. And is the existing structure in the backyard to remain, and will that be the ADU?
So there's no ADU included in this project. I am actually not sure if it's going to remain. I'd have to leave that to the applicant to confirm.
Yeah, that was listed in the description as including a 550 square foot ADU. So I didn't see it in the house plans, and I just wondered if it was going to be in the backyard. That's just curiosity.
Oh, I apologize. Unfortunately, this project doesn't include an ADU.
Okay. And my last question is, has there been any discussion about the removal of the large eucalyptus trees in the backyard before all access is closed off?
I'd have to defer to the applicant. That wasn't part of the proposal of the project.
I can ask the applicant later then. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner Gupta.
No question at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Henson.
No questions.
Okay. I think then we can bring in the applicant if he's available. He or she.
Sure, give 1 second. There you go. Should be joining us any second. Hold on just a moment. Okay, there you are. Okay, we could see you now if you want to unmute your mic.
Hello, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, everybody. My name is Gennady Agranov. I'm an applicant and owner of this property. There was a question about existing structure on the back. So this is not an ADU, it's a shed. It looks nice, but again, it is shed that was built by the previous owner, and we are going to keep it as is without any changes. And the second question was related to the trees and on the back. There are big Sequoia trees. We had a meeting with the arborist, and he recommended to trim it as much as possible, so there will be no danger to neighboring houses, or some of them should be removed. So we are going to do that before closing actually the access to that trees. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. It's eucalypt, not sequoia. Eucalypt.
So, Mrs. Gupta, do you want to add any more to your questions? Or rather, I'm sorry, Ms. Ketchum. You're muted right now.
Sorry, I do have a comment to the applicant, and I don't know if it's appropriate to say it now or when we're wrapping up or whatever.
I would say at this time, since we have him now, and
Okay.
he's there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know this is not those trees are not included in this permit, but I just wanted to, other than what your arborist said, I know there's great concern in the Mid-Coast now about the fire hazard of the trees, and they also drop branches out of the blue and whatever. And since they are so huge, once the house is built, cutting off any access to the backyard, I don't know how you could remove them. And so this is an opportunity. I would just recommend that you really look into that. And even the neighbor's tree that's just about on the property line, at this opportunity, you have this corridor to get those trees out of there. And after that, I don't know, it would be much more expensive, and I don't know how you would do it. So just wanted to point that out to you. It is, these trees are a large concern. They're non-native, they're invasive. And this opportunity at the riparian corridor would be to plant something native and adaptive to that site. So that was all that I had.
Okay, thank you. I understand, and it's actually a response to our intention. We are afraid that they will fall and damage either neighboring house or our house. So we would like to actually remove them and maybe replace with something more.
Yeah, this would definitely be the opportunity if you were considering that before the house is built.
Yeah.
Okay, that was all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions from commissioners for the applicant? I see heads shaking, so we don't have any more questions. I don't have any more questions. We can open for a public comment at this time.
Thank you, Chair. This is a public comment for item number 4. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. Right now, I do see 2 hands raised. I'll start off with Carla Ann Young, followed by Lenny Roberts. Give me a second to put the timer on. Okay, Ms. Young, go
You
ahead.
can hear me now. I didn't see the unmute right away. I just wanted to kind of second what Lisa Ketchum had to say about the eucalyptus trees. They're really high fire severity type of tree, quite flammable. And also the benefit she didn't mention in removing them right away before you start construction is right now, because of the terrible fire problem we had 2 years ago, right now the county has waived the permit fee. So it's really a good time to do it for you, as opposed to later. And they do drop a lot of debris and they suck a lot of water out of the soil. So even though you have the creek right there behind your house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We'll next call on Lenny Roberts. Ms. Roberts, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lenny Roberts for Green Foothills. I just wanted to also chime in on the importance of removing those eucalyptus trees. Applicant, we really appreciate your interest in doing that. It will be much safer for your house, and it will also benefit the creek because eucalyptus take up enormous amounts of water. They're one of the biggest water users of trees. So this would benefit Arroyo and Medio Creek and the rest of the habitat there. And so we also recommend that you as Lisa Ketchum did, that you do replant with native species like willows that would be, they're already found along this creek. So you could have a wonderful creekside native setting there that would be, I think, a great benefit to your house. So thank you for being willing to do that. And I do think it will improve your fire safety, probably improve your insurance costs, and improve and benefit the stream side. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. So this is last call for item number 4. And I do not see any more hands raised, Chair.
Okay, I think that we can close public comment on this item at this time. Can we get a motion to close public comment for the item?
I so move that we close the public portion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I move to, I have a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion is approved unanimously. Public comment is now closed for the item. Any discussion from commissioners at this point? Ms. Ketchum?
I'm fine. I can support this project.
Okay. Ms. Gupta?
The project looks good to me. Applicant has clarified any questions that I had in my mind. So thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hanson?
I too can support this project, and I would like to follow up on the comments that Lisa and the two people from the public commented on, get the trees out of there. I've seen them take trees after the house is built. It takes a crane.
Right.
It's going to be real expensive to take the trees down to begin with, but when you'll double it if you have to use a crane to lift it over. So do it now, you'll be happier, and the environment will thank you.
Yeah, thank you, all the commissioners for your comments. I also am in favor of supporting the project, and I will say that I agree with all the comments. I think it's a good idea, and I think cheaper in the long run if they remove those trees now. So I hopefully the applicant will take our advice and removes those trees as soon as possible. Okay, so with that, can we have a motion for this item?
I make the motion. So I have the recommendation right here in front of me. I think I'm reading the correct one. Planning, I recommend that Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approve the coastal development permit and design review county file number PLN 2020-00291 based on and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A.
Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. And now we can move to item number 5. Janet, could you read it for the record, please?
Just a moment. This is for item number 5, owner Bucks Butane Propane Services, applicant Charles Eady, file number PLN 2018-00057, location 399 Airport Road in Moss Beach. And our project planner this morning is Summer Burleson.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair Ramirez and commissioners and representatives from county staff and those in attendance. This morning, I am going to provide a presentation on item 5, and give me one moment to share screen. Can you see this presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this item, we're going to stay in the Mid-Coast area and move up from the last item here to a project site that is operated by AmeriGas propane facility. It's located at 399 Airport Street in the unincorporated Moss Beach area. Well, technically it's unincorporated Princeton, but it has an address of Moss Beach. It's located here. It is along Airport Street on the west side of Airport Street and west of the Half Moon Bay Airport. And as you can see here, just south of the Pillar Ridge manufactured home community and to the south of the project site, it is just north of the current construction site that is known as Big Wave. The coastal development permit application for this item is to legalize site improvements to expand the existing propane facility at the 1.47 acre property to include storage and parking areas on site, and specifically site improvements that have occurred that are proposed for legalization include perimeter security fencing around the site shown here in the blue outline, periodic storage of individual use tanks, periodic truck parking on the site of AmeriGas trucks, service trucks, 2 cargo containers shown here, and a water tank. Just to provide a brief overview of background context for this site. Sorry, excuse me. In 1964, the county rezoned the property from an H1, which is a limited highway, to M1, which is light industrial, to accommodate the propane storage and distribution facility. It consisted of 2 7,500-gallon propane tanks to serve the adjacent manufactured home park and residents and businesses in the area. In 1983, the adjacent manufactured home park obtained a natural gas supply, and the propane storage and distribution facility became a standalone use. In 1985, excuse me, the county legalized the project parcel, excuse me, and recognized 2 propane tanks, a 3,000-gallon tank and a 15,000-gallon tank. The 3,000-gallon tank has since been removed from the site. And as far as the county can identify, somewhere around or post 1987, site improvements were made without the benefit of a coastal development permit, which are the site improvements that are contained in this application before you today. Fast forwarding, in 2015, the county determined that a coastal development permit for those post 1987 site improvements was required. In 2016 to 2017, AmeriGas pursued feasibility of potential relocation to both the neighboring Big Wave Project's south parcel, as well as the county's transfer station in Pescadero, and both of those locations were determined to be infeasible. In 2018 to 2019, the coastal development permit application was submitted to legalize those site improvements, and a subsequent amendment, which is the current application scope before you today. The staff has reviewed the project for conformance with the general plan, local coastal program, and zoning standards, and has found that the project scope proposed does conform with each set of standards and policies with regards to vegetation, water, fish, and wildlife resources. There is as you can see in the photo, there has been issues in the past with management of weeds on the site. And so staff has included a condition of approval to require monthly weed management maintenance visits to the site by the operator. With regards to visual resource policies from the general plan and the local coastal program, the project site, as you can see here in the right hand image, shows the project site and its distance from Cabrillo Highway. The property and actually all of the area west of Highway 1 here is in a Cabrillo County scenic corridor. The project site is located minimally about 2,000 feet west of the Cabrillo Highway scenic roadway and across the Half Moon Bay Airport. And as you can see here, this is Highway 1 and it's not really visible, kind of spanning the view across the airport. Along Airport Street itself, here are some views heading south on Airport Street towards the project site where the red arrow is. The fencing that surrounds the perimeter of the property that is part of this coastal development permit application is an 8-foot tall chain link fence with vertical slats similar to what's seen here along portions of the Pillar Ridge Manufactured Home Park, as well as along the Montero Water and Sanitary District sewer lift station that is located on the project site within its own easement area at the front near Airport Street. The chain link fence itself that surrounds the perimeter is shown here. It does contain V brackets along the top. As you can see, this extends all the way around the perimeter of the fencing and property, and that those V brackets support several strands, as you can see here, hopefully, of barbed wire at the top. The applicant is proposing, and as conditioned in the recommended conditions of approval for this permit, the barbed wire will be removed in its entirety to help improve visual aesthetics of the fencing. A concern was that part of this fencing along Airport Street does encroach, the barbed wire portion does encroach over onto overhead of the sidewalk along Airport Street, which runs the length of the parcel. And so it is an eyesore, as well as not a pleasant experience for pedestrians walking along this strip. So that is proposed and conditioned to be removed along the entirety of the fence. In regards to natural hazards and man-made hazards, the project site is not within a high fire hazard severity zone. However, due to just the nature of the operation, the Coastside Fire Protection District has reviewed and conditionally approved the project, subject to compliance with a number of fire standards, as well as NFPA requirements, which is National Fire Protection Association standards and requirements. Additionally, the project site, being next door to the Half Moon Bay Airport, is within a runway safety zone of the airport. It's in the both the inner approach departure zone as well as the sideline safety zone. and the site improvements that are proposed for legalization will not pose any impacts to height or use criteria from the airport land use compatibility plan. With regards to hazardous materials, the bulk propane facility use on the site is a legally established use under the M1, the light industrial zoning district, which is the zoning for this property. And as I mentioned before, the proposed improvements seek to legalize the improvements shown here to the facility, and the facility, the application has been reviewed and conditionally approved both by the Coastside Fire Protection District as well as the Environmental Health Services section of the county. As of since around 2018, there had been concerns raised, and there are concerns raised annually regarding weed management of the site with regard to the use itself and potential hazard from unmaintained vegetation on the site. And that is where a condition, as I mentioned, has been recommended for approval to ensure that routine monthly weed management occurs on the site by the facility operator. With regards to locating and planning new development and shoreline access components of the local coastal program, the site improvements, as I mentioned previously, were identified by staff to require a coastal development permit, which is the subject of this application. And with regards to excuse me, shoreline access, the site improvements that are proposed for legalization do not pose any impacts or impediments to existing shoreline access, either from Airport Street over to the bluffs and shoreline, or down Airport Street to Princeton Avenue to Princeton, which contains street ends that provide vertical access to the shoreline. The property is zoned M1, as I mentioned, light industrial, and just speaking to the light industrial zoning district's permitted uses include, but are not limited to, distribution plants, including bulk propane plants, provided the use is carried on in a manner that is, in the opinion of the Planning Commission, not objectionable from the standpoint of odor, dust, smoke, gas, noise, or vibration. And as explained in the staff report, there had been some incidences in 2017 regarding odors and from leaks and gas that had been raised as concerns from the public. And these images show those incidences that had occurred in 2017. The Coastside Fire Protection District did respond to both incidences. The first incident was they had determined was the event of the operator decommissioning some of the smaller tanks that were stored on the property. That's the upper image, and the lower image was of the Coastside Fire Protection District responded due to concern from the public on an odor investigation, and the Coastside Fire Protection District did upgrade that response and requested a representative from AmeriGas come to the site to address the issue, which did occur. These sorts of incidences that occurred in 2017. Oh, and I should mention that there also was some flaring of tanks that has been a practice in the past of the facility operator on the site. And they received a permit from the fire district I know in December of 2017, around the similar time of these images and incidences, and to conduct flaring under a permit and supervision by the Coastside Fire Protection District. With that said, the proposed and current use of the site since that time does not include cleaning or flaring of tanks, nor do they propose to do those activities as they have done in the past currently or kind of moving forward. So they, when these incidences occurred, the facility operator did abate and change their operations on the site and activities on the site to avoid these situations from occurring. And to this date, the county is not aware of any further incidences in similar to these situations from the past. Additionally, the AmeriGas applicant does not propose to store any used tanks that could not be transported through Department of Transportation requirements over roads with the need for any sort of special permits. So all of the containers that will be stored will be empty, and they would not be conducting any cleaning or flaring on the site, again, as has been a past practice. The zoning regulations of the M1 district do not have any setback requirements. There are no specific fence height limitations, as the fence that is on the site is an 8-foot tall fence. It is along 3 sides within the boundaries of their property. Along the front Airport Street side, it does encroach over their existing property line, and Public Works has reviewed the application, and a condition is recommended that at such time that the county may request, the applicant will have a short period of time to relocate the fence to the property line. The Mid-Coast Community Council has expressed opposition to allowing the grandfathering use of the bulk storage tank to continue on the project site, and opposition to allowing an expansion of the use as a depot for smaller tanks due to a history of odor and leak concerns and unsafe conditions to the adjacent residents of the Pillar Ridge manufactured home community. And as I mentioned previously, there has been past incidences of leak situations, as I presented earlier, in 2017, where Coastside Fire did have to respond to those situations. The applicant excuse me, has since changed their practices to address those past concerns so that they don't reoccur. And to this date, the county does not have any information that that has been a current ongoing problem. With regards to kind of what the current site condition is, this image on the right was from March 2020, and there's 5 box trucks that are part on the site, as you can see here. These trucks are empty. They are overflow trucks from their San Jose facility. So AmeriGas's next closest facility to this site is in San Jose. And these trucks are moved here and stored temporarily when the San Jose office facility is at capacity. So they are just stored here. The trucks are empty. These trucks specifically are used to transport for pickup and delivery barbecue canisters, but that is done from their San Jose office. And this location for these trucks is merely a overflow parking location for their service trucks here. The project is categorically exempt pursuant to section 15303, class 3 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines for new small structures and equipment on an urban lot. And section 15311, class 11 for placement of minor structures accessory to existing industrial uses, including but not limited to small accessory structures such as signs or small parking lots. The findings that need to be made for the coastal development permit that is before you today is that the project is proposed, excuse me, as proposed and conditioned. It conforms to the plans, policies, requirements, and standards of the San Mateo County Local Coastal Program, that the project is in conformance with public access and public recreation policies of the Coastal Act, and that the project conforms to specific findings required by the policies of the San Mateo County Local Coastal Program with regard to locating and planning new development, visual resources, and shoreline access components of the LCP. And as just to summarize, the project does not have any impediments or impacts to existing shoreline access. The project does include conditions to eliminate the barbed wire fencing, to eliminate the unattractive visual nature of the aesthetics of the fencing on the site. Excuse me. And there are conditions included to require ongoing monthly weed management of the property site, as well as conditions in place that are recommended by the Coastside Fire Protection District, as well as the Environmental Health Services Division of the county. So the staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the coastal development permit, county file number PLN 2018-00057, by making the required findings and recommended conditions of approval in attachment A of the staff report. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bergson. We'll give you a little time to clear your throat. That was a great presentation, even though you were fighting through that, your throat getting stuff in there. So at this time, any questions from commissioners? I will call on Commissioner Gupta.
I'm trying to, well, let me first thank Summer for a great presentation. It was very well put together. My question really comes I'm trying to understand how are they using this facility when their main facility is in San Jose. One thing I understood is that their overflow trucks are here. Their big 15,000 gallon or whatever unit that is, tank is here. And then they have these empty containers here.
Yes, so just to clarify, the site was established as a bulk propane facility, which included the larger currently 15,000 gallon tank that they use as a distribution tank to service customers in the area from. And the application that is for consideration is to essentially expand that use to the site improvements that have occurred that that add element of kind of a ancillary yard for temporary and periodic storage of used tanks, as well as for their service vehicle parking, such as this situation in one of the latter photos that's currently going on from overflow of trucks from their San Jose facility. The two facilities are, my understanding is that they are separate, but they are both operated by AmeriGas. And so if their San Jose facility, such as the case with the box trucks, if their San Jose facility is at capacity, they have this additional yard that they can, for example, store some of their trucks for a temporary period of time.
Okay. So do they fill their smaller containers, smaller tanks from this big tank at this facility?
No, my understanding is that this is this facility, and the applicant can certainly correct me, but my understanding is that this facility, the large tank is used for their service trucks to come on site, fill up, and then be able to go out to their service area and customers to service the individual tanks on individual, residential or business sites.
Okay. Please let me know if my question is really for the applicant. Okay. Because just for my clarification, when you say service truck is one of those 5 trucks that you showed in the picture? Or service truck is something that is carrying the propane gas?
It can be both. In this instance, those trucks are empty, and this isn't the only type of service truck that they have. But in this case, these service trucks service their, barbecue canisters. So they're picked up from customers and returned to their San Jose office. But in this case, their San Jose office is at capacity and doesn't have room to store these trucks that are not in use. And so they are storing them at this project site.
Okay.
But they're not in service essentially.
Okay. And do we have any idea if their customers they are serving from this location are in the vicinity here, in the coast side, or they are servicing them in San Jose area or in the rest of the Bay Area?
I'll defer that question to the applicant.
Okay. Okay.
And he is on the line.
Fair enough. Okay. That's all I have at this time, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gupta, for your questions. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes. Does this site have blast shielding? If something bad happened, keeps a blast from going into the residential neighborhood?
It does not.
What is the blast radius, God forbid, if something went bad with that main tank? What is the area of expected damage?
I cannot answer that. I will defer to the applicant who may be able to answer that question.
I mean, the reason, because it comes to mind to me a few years ago, this was one of those gas tanks trucks in Spain blew and the town disappeared. And, you know, we're talking about something about this size, you know. I'm sure it's acquired, you know, all the standards for an industrial neighborhood, but this is really a residential neighborhood that by accident is being thought as a community, as an industrial neighborhood because of zoning. So that's my concern, is safety. And I don't have any other questions beyond that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hanson. Commissioner Ketchum?
Thank you. The box trucks are not empty. They have propane tanks inside. The neighbor has seen them being loaded in on several occasions. There have been no complaints lately because the smaller tanks were required to be removed. The ones that are proposed to be, that process to be restored. I have a question. So what happened to the fire hydrant requirement within 15 feet of the site that was in the CAL FIRE March 2018 letter?
Mrs. Summer, Burlington, go ahead.
Yes, I would need to confirm from Coastside Fire. We did have Coastside Fire do a current review of the application prior to bringing it here today. And the conditions of approval that have been identified in the staff report, attachment A, are the current conditions of approval that they have provided for the project scope.
Okay, so apparently they no longer require that. All these years, there's never been a fire hydrant within 500 feet of the site. So could you go to the slide that shows the gas leak events? Could you share that again, please? About the September 17 propane leak, where's the picture of the tank held up in the air to help disperse the leak. There has never been a discussion of the significance of this event and how it took so long for CAL FIRE to respond, that they observed no leak or odor when they arrived. How AmeriGas operators must have dissembled to conceal what had occurred that triggered the 911 call, and what it meant that CAL FIRE just left without checking in with anyone at Pillar Ridge. How was there so much propane in this supposedly empty tank? Regarding the use as tank storage or depot that's proposed here, ED Consultants supporting statement says no cleaning or flaring would take place. And unlike the past situation, tanks would be limited to those that are empty or nearly empty. In other words, a maximum of 5% content. That is precisely what Pillar Ridge residents and management were told all those past years, that the smaller tanks were empty. There never was flaring or cleaning of the smaller tanks. That wasn't the issue. The issue was the intermittent lingering release of residual propane and mercaptan odorant. This let me shift gears. So condition 5 requires this is a major shift in gears. Condition 5 requires wood slats in chain link. The existing slats do not appear to be wood. Just want to point that out. The staff report says the slats are brown, but they are red. I acknowledge you had the picture of the southern section of the Pillar Ridge community has that color slats in the fence. And let me tell you, when the budget allows, that will be changed. You can only just do so much each year. The reason, okay, back to the fence. So evaluation of screening benefits in the staff report of the perimeter fence ignores the trade-off of the blocked views of bluff and mountains. Also, it was mentioned in the staff report that there's no setback requirements. I believe I read that the M1 setbacks are the same as the C1 setbacks, which are next to our district's residential. It's a 3-foot side setback and a 6-foot rear setback. And I just want to say, this has come up in the past, that so this community is zoned MH, mobile home district. And just because that's not zoned R doesn't mean it's not residential. And so it would seem this M1 zoning district ordinance, Mid-Coast Council and Pillar Ridge, we've been asking for that generic ancient ordinance to be updated since 2009. We reached out to Rich Gordon, Supervisor Gordon, and he said, oh, we can do that at the same time we do the airport land use compatibility. Well, that's been completed years ago. And this M1 ordinance has things like uses allowed, like building steam engines. I don't know. It's like, it's unfortunate. That's all I have.
Chair, if I may, I have a procedural issue I have to raise. The Brown
Sure.
Act requires, may I through the chair?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. The Brown Act requires that we take public comment before deliberation occurs. There's an exception that we intend to make for commissioners to ask questions of the planner after the planner's presentation. But if commissioners have comments they wish to make or observations they wish to make about the application, those should follow public comment, not precede it.
I apologize. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, so I think I pretty much had the same questions for what transpire right now. So I don't have any questions myself right at the moment. So I think we can bring the applicant at this point, and I think that there are some questions that we may have for them.
Okay, hi there. My name is Charles Eady with Eady Consultants, and I've been working with AmeriGas for a number of years from the point at which they received the code compliance complaint. And so since that time, we've been working with the staff in the fire protection district to rectify the problems that have been cited here in the past. So let me just say, first of all, I'd like to reiterate what the staff said, which is that the purpose of the hearing today is not to debate whether the bulk storage facility is allowed or legal. It is. It's a legally permitted use. They have a use permit. That is not in question today. Today, what we're talking about is a set of operational conditions of approval, to recognize the fence, and to create safeguards to avoid any sort of issues coming up that previously had occurred. Now, you know, I'm not going to minimize the fact that you know, the pictures you saw were pretty you know, showed things that were not good, basically. But I will say that those are in the past. That's not part of their current operation. They have a new management team, And going forward, just to answer the question about the storage of empty tanks, right now we're willing to take that out of the project description entirely. No storage of the small tanks, which would then just leave the bulk propane storage and the use of the yard for occasional truck parking. That's it. The bulk propane storage facility is, the tank is in good condition. It's a 1/2 inch thick steel. It's been inspected. It is conforming with all the safety standards established nationally by NFP 58, which is the propane rules that govern in this country. And it also is meeting the operational conditions established by your fire protection district there. To Commissioner Hansen's question about the blast area in the Spain and this, what happened in Spain, I think that there's a misconception that what you see overseas in other areas, it can happen here in similar ways. There was the original problem with NFPA 58 that actually brought it into existence. There weren't national standards, and there was a propane accident in Arizona in like the 1970s. Since they've established these standards, the operation of propane has been excellent throughout this country. So whatever happened in Spain or whatever you see in Brazil, that is not relevant because they don't have the same standards that we have. And according to the AmeriGas people that are on the with me, they said the blast area is 100 feet. But again, the notion of a blast even occurring is you know, a hugely unlikely event. So there's still work to be done. We have to get that fence fixed, and the barbed wire will be removed. The weed abatement is going to take place on a regular basis, and we're glad that these operational conditions are going to be in place, and that'll hold the AmeriGas managers' feet to the fire to make sure that this facility is up and running properly. To Commissioner Gupta's question, how are they using the facilities relative to San Jose? So their main facility is in San Jose, but they service the entire region. They have thousands of customers, commercial and residential, and they have many customers. Many of those customers are in this area. They support agricultural operations, they support commercial, they support residential. So the way this site is used is the bobtails, the trucks that you see on the street, would come in and fill up their tank and then deliver to customers in the region. As far as the barbecue trucks that you see there, the barbecue tank trucks, they are empty. In fact, AmeriGas went out there today and opened up the doors so everybody can see. So I'm not sure where this notion came that they had these tanks in them, because they don't. And they do not fill small tanks. The bulk storage is solely for transfer to the delivery trucks that are like I said, the ones you see out on the road and bobtails. And those trucks are governed by Caltrans rules as well as the NFP 58 rules. So that's all that's going to happen on the site. Again, this is a permitted use. It's legal. It's not up for consideration. If it were, there would be a whole different process that you'd have to go through because you are subject to legal regulations regarding due process if you're trying to shut down a facility or something to that effect. And that's not what this hearing is about. We're happy to accept all the conditions of approval, and we're happy to add a condition of approval that there'll be no storage of small tanks on the site. So what you see now is basically what you're going to get in the future, with the exception of the fence repairs, the barbed wire going away, and the maintenance of the site. So I hope I've answered the questions that the commissioners had. And I'm certainly happy to answer any other questions. And I'd like to reserve time at the end in case of any need to rebut some of the comment that comes in. I also would like to say that if you'd like, I could introduce Jennifer Eibold, who is the district manager for the whole region here, regional director for AmeriGas, and she's going to be the the person that's overseeing all of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions, additional questions for the applicant, Mrs. Gupta?
Thank you for your answers. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, Mr. Edie?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your responding to some of my concerns. So I got a lot of pieces here and there. So you say the trucks are empty. Okay.
Right.
Am
The
I
trucks
right?
that you see in that picture don't have any of those little barbecue canisters in them at all. They're empty.
Okay.
In fact, I just have pictures that AmeriGas sent me.
Okay.
Those
No,
are-
I believe you. If you are saying they are empty, I'll say, okay, so they are empty. I'm just trying to get to the logistics that,
Certainly, yeah.
that what, okay. So they are empty. And the big tank, the 15,000 gallon tank there, that release of propane, I may not be using the right terminology, but the use of that, which Commissioner Ketchum was pointing to, where the thing was hanging in the air, and there was a release from there. So that is filled, right? That big tank is filled with propane.
Yeah, the big tank is, yeah, that's the 15,000 gallon tank. That's the one that connects to the delivery trucks, those bobtails. If you know what I'm talking about, you may have seen those trucks around. Various propane companies have them. So there'll be an occasional larger truck that will fill the bulk storage tank. And then there will be occasional visits by the bobtail trucks that are servicing this area to put the propane into their trucks. That one that you saw on the crane that was leaking, that was a larger of the smaller containers that had been stored on the site that are no longer stored on the site, and they will not be stored on the site in the future. So none of those little tanks, even that we talked about, that Summer mentioned, of the ones that might have 5% propane in them, we're not even going to have those on the site at all. It'll just be the bulk storage container itself, which is under its current permit, is absolutely legal and not up for consideration.
So the one hanging up there with the crane was not the big 15,000.
No,
okay.
no, that was one of the small, like I said, that was a larger size of the smaller tanks that had been there in the past. And
okay.
So that
I
kind
think
of thing is just not going to happen again.
in the staff report, there was another size, 7,000, 6,000. Was it one of those intermediate size? Is that what you're, or was it the really small ones that were on the floor?
I don't really know the
Okay.
size of those.
Okay.
I'm not a
So-
propane expert in that regard. I'm land use consultant, but suffice it to say that the 15,000 gallon is a bulk storage. That is, has all of its safety features. It has automatic shutdown. It has automatic shut off. It has a fire suppression nearby. That's why they have the water tank. So it meets all of the safety standards. And clearly, you know, the operations in the past were you know, poorly handled by AmeriGas when they were, you know, like with that picture you saw, and that should never have happened. That was
absolutely, I totally agree with you.
And so, you know, that's why AmeriGas at this point is seeking to become a good neighbor and avoid any of that kind of problem again by not having any storage of those smaller containers of any size. And so just be the main tank for the use of the delivery trucks to support your agricultural businesses, other people's businesses, individuals. There's a lot of propane use. In fact, there are thousands of customers in this region, and they deliver millions of gallons of propane. So yes, certainly, you know, we're all trying to get away from, you know, the you know, transition to different fuels, but in the meantime, this is a lot of need in this community, particularly when you got rural areas that depend on propane for their heating and cooking and so on, and also for agricultural operations. So that's why this facility is here, is because it provides a more closely located ability for these service trucks to deliver to the local, the more local customers in this area.
Thank you. So now switching to a different set of concern. Is this a attended facility? Is there somebody on site all the time?
No, and this
No.
is very typical, if you notice, of all the bulk storage sites. They are locked, they're secured. That's why we need a fence. It's part of the regulations of NFP 58. The bobtail truck operators are trained. They come in, they know how to operate the equipment to you know, hook up the hoses correctly and safely to fill up their trucks, and then they leave, lock it up, and it remains. Now, that said, the maintenance issue has been a problem, and you know, the site should not look crummy at all. And with the new management, they are going to, in fact, the fence people are going out there this week just to assess what all needs to be done. So the fence will be cleaned up, the weeds will be managed regularly, and so while there won't be anybody there all the time, there's no need for the site will be tended in a much more diligent manner.
What I read between the staff report and the correspondence that came in, that leak was classified as operator error. So I'm hoping your operators are better trained now to avoid those kind of errors.
I totally agree, and I think that you're not going to see any of those kind of situations again.
Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, that is all I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edie.
Commissioner Hanson, do you have any other questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Edie. Thank you for your promises. You will be a better neighbor going forward. In decades of work in the public sector, you know, it's a statement I hear a lot, believe it or not, you know, that this happened in the past and it won't happen forwards. And one of the things of being a good neighbor is being proactive. So can you tell me what proactive things you're doing that isn't being required of you to be a good neighbor? I mean, do you have now monthly meetings with the community to address things that are not required but need to be done? Or what it is that you're now doing that makes you a good neighbor going forward?
Well, I think the main thing is to avoid any repeat of the incidents of the past, taking away the temporary storage, for example, of the old tanks or the used tanks. That was really the major problem that occurred. Secondly, like I said, they've got a new management team here, and I can give you assurances, but you're right. The proof's going to be in the pudding, and if you feel like it would be helpful to have some sort of community meetings on a regular basis or something to that effect, you know, we can try and put something in place. I think that the other thing that is part of the conditions of approval is that there will be an identified contact person that will be available for complaints or any issues that come forward. So I think what we're trying to do is, make sure that this is operated in a way that meets the high standards of the industry and avoid what's happened in the past. I don't really, 99% of the time, these bulk storage tanks are out there. People never even notice them. And now this has obviously been noticeable because of its location. And it's also because of the problems that have occurred in the past. So, I can give you what the expectation is, and I fully expect that AmeriGas will live up to their commitments and desire to be a good neighbor going forward.
My last question is, humans being humans, bad things happen. Nature of things. We build the best ship in the world and the Titanic sinks, bad things happen. San Bruno happens, problems happen in Hercules, and bad things happen. Just can't plan for them. Meeting standards is fine, particularly on things that are small consequences. Exceeding standards because you're sitting in the middle of a residential neighborhood and you just have a tension and fear because of that. Where is it you exceed expectations and standards?
I'm sorry.
I'm
trying to understand.
One of the big claims you said is, you, unlike other areas, you make all the national standards.
Correct.
Great. Congratulations. But that doesn't guarantee everything.
Correct.
We can always do more than what is required of us. And to show that we have intent of putting safety first or community first or whatever first. And what is it you do? What does your organization deliver that is not required?
Yeah, okay, well, one thing I know for sure, and I just got a text from their district manager that they have improved their internal training programs now to improve substantially the capability, understanding by the operators, and to reduce any possibility or likelihood of accidents occurring. But, you know, we have building codes that are standards and people build to those standards. We have zoning codes that are standards. And that's how it works. You meet the standards and you try to go beyond them. But you know, at some point, you do what you can do, and we have to rely on the people that are the experts here, the state inspectors, the National Fire Protection Association regulations, and the fire district. Those are the people that are the ones that you know, review the safety aspects of this kind of operation. And so, you know, yeah, bad things can happen, you know, and we have no guarantees in life. We can't live risk-free. But I do know that your chances of having any sort of propane incident occur to any particular individual, that's less likely than getting hit by lightning. And so what do you do proactively to not get hit by lightning? Well, you stay out of lightning storms, maybe. But again, you know, AmeriGas is a national company. They're in a competitive business. They have to do right by their customers, and they have to do right by their regulators, and that includes you, the Planning Commission. And so, you know, if you've got any ideas about above and beyond, we're happy to hear them.
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, Commissioner Ketchum, questions?
Oh, thank you. I just have one question. To make sure I heard you clearly, are you withdrawing the storage of smaller used tanks from the current CDP application?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, let me see. Are any of these tanks underground?
No.
They're all above, even the 15,000 gallon, that sits above ground? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's
is that the only tank that is there now, or the smaller one, 5,000, 7,000, whatever, are they gone?
They're gone. The only thing there now is the 15,000 bulk container, bulk tank, bulk storage tank.
Okay, so, and just so that I have everything clear, so you don't fill any small tanks, the 5-gallon barbecue type, you don't fill anything from that tank. You only fill the bigger trucks that go around and deliver into people's homes that have a bigger tank, like a 500 gallon, something like that. That's what you use that for.
That's absolutely correct. They're not going to have any smaller storage containers, and they're certainly not going to fill any there either. So all they're going to do is bring in the bobtails when needed. They'll take some of the propane out from, you know, connect hose to truck, hose up the site, and deliver to the customers. That's it.
Okay, so do those trucks, they've been filled every day there? Do they come, or how does this happen? I mean, you need a bigger tanker that comes in and fill that 15,000.
Right.
And how often does that happen?
It's not that frequent. It's I don't have the exact
Okay.
schedule.
So those trucks that you fill there, is that an everyday occurrence? Is that something that?
No, it's not. Even the bobtails aren't every day. They're going to come by, you know, depending on their route, depending on what their load level is and so on. They'll use that site as a supplement to their San Jose site.
Is there any other facilities where you basically do the same operation close by? I'm thinking over in the San Mateo area, over you know, on this side, say El Camino or somewhere over here. Is there a similar site that you use in the similar fashion?
Well, I know they have one right near Watsonville in North Monterey County that is similar to this. In fact, it's a bigger facility, and it is like this. It's in a context of mixed uses, but it's industrially zoned and so on. They also have a facility in Felton in the Santa Cruz area that is servicing the Santa Cruz Mountains. And so, you know, they operate, you know, various sites. Again, I'm not an expert on all those details.
I'm just trying to understand that if you didn't have that facility there, what is the other closest place that you could operate out of to service the area?
That would be
yeah, because the reason I'm asking you this is because I also have my concerns. I mean, you're dealing with a very dangerous commodity, and you meet the standards, but as Mr. Hansen said, you know, accidents happen even when you meet all the standards. And I think, you know, we are concerned that you're so close to a residential area. And the problems that have happened in the past, you know, even though you are making assurances that it won't happen again, but the things have happened, and we are very concerned about that. And here we are, you know, we have to make sure that we're protecting the general population in general. You know, and so we're very concerned that you're so close, and this instance have happened, and that you have done certain operations that, like, you know, asking for permits after the fact without being proactive and taking out the proper permits on time, so that we can go to the regular steps, and rather than putting us on this position to having to do an after the fact permitting. Anyway, that's those are my questions. If there are no more questions from the commissioners, we're going to open for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Chair. We're now opening public comment for item number 5. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. You'll have 5 minutes. At the moment, I do see 4 hands raised for this item. We'll first call on Sabrina Brennan, followed by Lenny Roberts.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. Hopefully you can hear me. The Sierra Club Coastal Issues Committee and Equity Committee urge you not to approve the CDP for the reasons included in our April 25th letter. A history of propane leaks, nasty odor, tanker truck traffic, as well as safety concerns negatively impact the densely populated low-income neighborhood of Pillar Ridge that includes many families of color. Around 2003, the county approved a rent control ordinance and vacancy control ordinance that includes no more than 75% of the cost of living increase each year for all manufactured home communities located within unincorporated areas, and this includes the Pillar Ridge neighborhood. The county has a responsibility to protect these communities. Propane and diesel generators have been linked to fires and power shutdowns. Propane is an instrument of sprawl and poverty that pushes development beyond the settlement pattern. This results in dewatering and habitat and species loss. Health consequences are slightly worse than piped-in methane. Switching to electric stoves and heat pumps via solar and batteries cuts greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. Solar is a safer solution. For example, Paradise residents gauged how fast the fire was approaching their homes by the rate at which propane tanks were exploding. Please don't subject low-income families to a propane distribution center and propane trucks located directly next to their homes. Please deny the CDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. We'll next call on Lenny Roberts, followed by Karen Holmes. Lenny, please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the meeting today, and thank you, staff, for your staff report. I'm writing on behalf of Green Foothills, and I know you received my letter. And we are urging on behalf of Green Foothills to deny the coastal development permit for this project. This project has been, both under AmeriGas and prior operators, has been operating without benefit of the required coastal development permit for decades. The only use that should be allowed there is what was prior to the Coastal Act effective date, which I think was 1977. This is an unattended facility. It's adjacent to 227 low-income families that are at the Pillar Ridge Manufactured Home Community, and they are also adjacent to the Big Wave projects, housing for development of disabled adults that recently broke ground and will be constructed over the next 2 years or so. Both Pillar Ridge and Big Wave are considered sensitive receptors. I would just like to ask you, would you want to be living next door to this facility? The M1 zoning district, which does have enormous number of uses allowed, also provides specifically that no use shall be carried on in a manner that is, in the opinion of the Planning Commission, objectionable from the standpoint of odor, dust, smoke, gas, noise, or vibration. You have heard today, and also in letters, and also over the past several years, about the issues that this site has created for the neighbors. And we have no confidence that despite training of people in any company or any operation, that there is no risk. And we think that the risk to the neighbors is too great, and that you should deny this coastal development permit. This is an environmental justice issue, and we want to ensure the safety and well-being of the residents of Pillar Ridge and Big Wave in the future. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. I will now call on Karen Holmes, followed by Carla Ann Young. Ms. Holmes, please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
I'm actually Scott Holmes, but I have Karen's Zoom account.
Okay.
But, yeah, I had three main concerns and probably 4 comments, but my first one is safety. And I've had experience with propane. I was in one of those earlier 1970 disasters. And my concern is not the gas of propane, but the liquid failures. And again, propane has a pretty good industry standard. There's only about 50 or 60 major refinery problems that have occurred. And the Union Oil refinery that I was involved with, they covered it up and never released it. But one of the problems with liquid propane is that it flows like water when you break it out. We keep treating it as a gas, but in this tank, there's 15,000 gallons of liquid. And if there's something that interrupts that, like we're in the airport overlay, and the reason a setback's 125 feet is that they're worried about planes impacting these areas. And the tank might be an inch thick, but the supply lines aren't that thick. They're standard, they're rusting, and even a liquid spillage of a tank would pretty much destroy that neighborhood. And it, one of the things that was offered by Mr. Eads was what can they do to mitigate some of that? My concern, which I've actually tried to address as a big wave engineer, is containment of this. And I would like to see them contain it. And you could either do it with an earth berm around the site, or you could put a concrete wall around it. But if this thing releases, it will flow until it finds a pilot light and then it blows up. And that would be catastrophic for both us at Big Wave and Villa Ridge. And the other concern, which is we keep talking about flaring, but these tanks have to be vented when they're filled. They have, they pump the liquid, but they have to release the gaseous form that's in the vacant tank as it's filled. I don't know how they scrub that. They used to just release it. And that used to just be, has been as recent as 2012. I managed a 1,500 gallon tank for a generator backup when I was public works director in the city of Pacifica. And the trucks would come and they'd, as the tank was empty, they'd have to release 500 gallons of gas just to be able to put 500 gallons of liquid into the tank. And I'm not aware of any kind of scrubbing or recapture facility. I might be able to be educated on that, but I think that's a common problem. Every time you fill the big tank or fill the small tanks, you're going to release gas to make way to the liquid. And that is an air pollution issue. And it's, and the issue with noise, all of these tanks are transferred with high pressure, positive displacement pumps and large diesel engines that are running. That's noise. You can't get around that. And that's standard operation for this thing. And then as far as the need goes, they haven't been delivering propane for I don't know how many years, 4 or 5. And the need is still being met by other suppliers. And this is it's a dying industry of a very hazardous fuel that supplies remote locations, farming, small industrial things. But that supply is currently being met by distributors in Pescadero, the ones in San Jose, and also in Santa Cruz. And some of the buyers were buying from those other distributors before AmeriGas just because they were cheaper. So I think it's not providing a need, and it's putting an extremely, one of the most hazardous fuels that is made next to a residential neighborhood. And you can, look it up in the industry. All the accidents are usually in refineries or areas that have large liquid storage. And this is 15,000 gallons is a large liquid storage. The tank I managed in Pacifica, I just couldn't feel comfortable about that being released in Lindemar. It would go into the storm drains and the fire department just couldn't track it once it's released as a liquid. And then it vaporizes and then it's volatile. And I just, it just seems so surprising to me that this is being treated as a necessary improvement when probably the most hazardous fuel available is being installed next to residential communities. And I appreciate the time to talk and thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. We'll next call on Carla Young, followed by Michael Ferreira. Ms. Young, please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Well, thank you for the chance to ask some questions. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. The applicant mentioned bad things will happen, and that's true. Mr. Holmes mentioned that it's in the airport flight path. I live in Seal Cove, which is just up the street off of airport, and one of my neighbors had a airplane crash into their home. So it's not an unrealistic possibility. There is that risk. But my question is, and maybe you can't answer a question, but they did mention in the presentation, I think Summer mentioned that they had a opportunity to move it down to the south parcel of Big Wave. And I don't know if the applicant is aware, but the county recently did a land swap in I think it was this year. It may not have even closed yet, but it was debt forgiveness for past planning commission fees that they hadn't paid from Big Wave. And so they gave them, in exchange for a monetary amount, some money. Actually, debt forgiveness, no money exchanged hands. But that south parcel is now owned by the county, or soon will be. Maybe Mr. Monowitz can address that. And I think the burden of the liability is really on San Mateo County because of the zoning. The propane tank facility is currently wrapped around by residential properties. The original, I think I heard Summer say, original use was to supply propane to the mobile home tank park, but then I believe they're on PG&E there now, so they're getting natural gas instead. However, it is in the M1 zoning, and I know that the south parcel is zoned waterfront use, so maybe that's the reason it didn't go through when you initially looked at that parcel. But perhaps the county is willing to let you move down there on their new parcel that they recently acquired. The thing about the Big Wave project is originally there was going to be an office park there, but they moved the wellness center up to the right next to the propane facility, which is now, it's a residential use because of the county zoning has allowed for a sanatorium to be in the M1 zoning area. However, that what has kind of been brought up by Mr. Holmes is for developmentally disabled adults, and any kind of explosion might be really difficult for them to evacuate, even if there was just a gas leak. So I'm concerned about that, especially in the off chance that a delivery truck explosion event were to occur. Now, I've lived in Seal Cove since 1988, and I didn't know about those previous gas leaks, but there have been no explosions. My neighbor is on propane, but most of the area is not. It's usually rural areas out in the outskirts where PG&E doesn't go. And I don't know how much AmeriGas supplies those residential areas down in the boonies, shall we say. There aren't that many propane tanks on the coast now that are being locally serviced, as far as I know. But I'm just thinking that it's now going to be surrounded by residential as soon as the wellness center is built. And it would be great if you could do a land swap or some kind of an arrangement with the county on that south parcel and move it down into the waterfront zoning area. But it might be that that's why you did not do it initially. Maybe your use wasn't allowed in waterfront zoning, but at least that's closer to the industrial area of Princeton and away from the residential area. I'm, not really going to weigh in because they're already there. There haven't been any explosions, at least in the last 30 or so years, but I would rather see it move because it's going to be soon surrounded on all sides except the street by residential properties. And for the safety of the individuals in the case of a what if, that's the thing. And I'm just wondering if those small storage tanks had been removed from the approval, since you say they're not going to be stored there anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you. We'll next call on Michael Ferreira, followed by Gary T. Please unmute your microphone and begin speaking, Michael.
Yes. Thank you, commissioners, for providing this opportunity. I'm the signer of a letter from the Sierra Club that we sent in yesterday, and I couldn't find it on the website. Can commissioners nod that they've received that letter?
Yeah. Yes, we got it. We got it. Thank you.
I'm seeing a head shake.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Some have. All right. essentially our position is the same as the MCC. If there's been a track record of non-conformance to the permit and unpermitted activity, an after the fact permit is not something to be relied on, certainly not by the residents that live nearby. And the fact that the facility is not staffed is really concerning. The other problem with and the whole business of a after the fact permit is that I've known developers that have flat out told me, and it just happened to be developers that did that, that it's easier to get forgiveness than to get permission. And so there is evidence of that behavior over a long period of time. And I'm sure that the consultant that spoke to you is sincere, but yet the company has a different track record. The fact that this dangerous facility is potentially dangerous facility is right next door to not just existing housing, but significant amount of housing for developmentally disabled folks on the south side. That just raises the ante here as to what we're doing. And although the consultant would like to have us think that certain things are not before you, no, they pretty much are. You have a responsibility for public safety, which I think I can say we're disappointed that the fire department wasn't more sensitive to. And perhaps they weren't even cognitive of the fact that the new facility would be going into the south. Regarding the moving of the facility to other places, the staff report says that Pescadero and the Big Wave site were infeasible. Infeasible is an interesting word. It isn't the same as impossible. And to some people, infeasible is inconvenient or equivalent to the word inconvenient. And so I really do think it makes sense for our government to push harder on the issue of removing this danger from the proximity of so many people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next call on Gary T, followed by Joseph Dames. Mr. T, please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Okay, sorry, it takes a little while for the unmute button to show up. I believe you can hear me now. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gary Trott. I'm quite familiar with Caltrans transportation rules and NFPA rules. And the fact that these have been blatantly ignored in history, I think this application should be denied. And Commissioner Hansen is correct. Bad things can happen, particularly when connections are made to tanks, whether it's that big 15,000 gallon tank filling the facility, or the little bobcats coming in and out without any regulation or observation. I mean, at the very minimum, there should be a video installed to make sure that they are following all of their training procedures, and an audit of the facility to make sure that they're following all the Caltrans and NFPA rules. For example, are the trucks tested to make sure the trucks are not leaking before entering and after leaving? So, the consultant and the gas company have not provided any additional actions that would help provide the community, with assured safety. And although it's not exactly the you know, the M1 codes do provide for safety of the surrounding community. So it is proper for the planning commissioners to think about ensuring the safety of the surrounding public. So for those lack of concrete actions to ensure the safety of the public in the future, I recommend this application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next call on Joseph Dames, followed by Fran Pollard. Mr. Dames, please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I agree with all of the good folks that spoke earlier on safety issues, especially that lady that lives just north of the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Community. I've lived here for almost 25 years now. I raised my children here. The thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is what that woman was talking about the plane crash. In the last 10 years, there have been 2 plane crashes. One of them crashed, what she said, on her neighbor's garage there on the end of where Cypress meets the airport. The second one was a guy that couldn't control, he was a student, couldn't control his plane, and he crashed in the former field that is now the former Canada Works. So my concern is that one of these days, one of these rookie pilots may make a really tragic mistake and end up in the yard, in the propane yard. Secondly, just for the record, there's a school bus stop exactly 300 yards from the big 15,000 gallon tank. It's right at the entrance to the mobile home community, Pillar Ridge. Also, when speaking to my neighbors here on Barranca Lane, which abuts the fence, which is the propane yard's fence, they tell me that at night when these big trucks come in to fill up, they leave their lights on and they make a lot of noise. And as another gentleman said, all the generators and all that, it's really horrible. And there's another issue. She told me that kids jump in there a lot at night because of the bad broken fence on the southern end by the Big Wave project. They just go in there and run around. Years ago, when we first moved in here, the AmeriGas guys were losing tires and batteries out of their vehicles. And then one day I found out why. There was a giant hole in the fence covered up by a bush. And so they rectified that by building this ugly concentration camp barbed wire fence. And of course, it blocks the view from everybody's backyard. Finally, and this is just me personally, I have flowers and a lemon tree and all that. When they stopped with the tanks and removed all the tanks and stopped all the flaring and everything like that, voila, the hummingbirds and the bees came back. And for me and for my children, that meant a lot. So I definitely recommend that this application be denied for all the reasons that everyone else has already said. And I recommend that you reread that wonderful letter from the mobile home community's managers. It says it all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lemus.
Thank you so much. We have our last speaker, which is Fran Pollard. Just a reminder that you can only raise your hand once per agenda item unless the discretion of the chair. So it's Fran Pollard. Please unmute your microphone and begin speaking when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Fran Pollard, El Granada, and I agree also with everyone that spoke before me. In fact, the things I've heard from some of them are even more scary than what I thought in the first place. And I just can't believe that this has been allowed to go on and on and on. I can remember discussing this issue years ago, and there's no justification for allowing such a dangerous thing next to a residential area. So I say it has to be moved to some really commercial area or area away from any residential area. And I think it's time for the county to start transitioning to solar in these areas. Maybe a solar installation could be placed there for all the people, and farmers and commercial industry that's out here should all be transitioning to solar for safety and get rid of these tanks altogether. Yeah, that's That's what and in the meantime, I think somebody suggested a concrete wall or maybe a big steel metal fence. I can't believe you've got that flimsy little wood and barbed wire fence separating the residential area from this dangerous area. So that, or undergrounding, as Chair Ramirez mentioned, if that's going to be allowed. But I agree. I think you should deny this. And I think with subsidies from the state and federal government, start transitioning, requiring transitioning to solar instead of all these dangerous gas and oil and everything else that's being imposed on us by the industry that's still denying that there's climate change. We're at the precipice of a very dangerous era where there's no more chance to save this earth if they're going to keep denying climate change. It's time to start transitioning away from these dangerous things. And I hope you deny the permit. Make a move somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pollard.
Thank you, Chair. This is the last speaker for this item.
Okay, Ms. Lujan. And the rules are that, each public speaker has their time. It's only one time, and then we can move on to the rest of the what we need to do for each item. So with that, I would say that can we have a motion to close public participation?
Mr. Chair, before you do that, I note that Mr. Eady had reserved some of his remaining time in hopes of being able to rebut to some of the points. So perhaps you want to hear from him before you close public hearing.
No, I think we can close public hearing and then we can have him, have a rebuttal for some of the things that were said. But I think at this time we can close public participation. So is there a motion?
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Ketchum.
Aye.
Commissioner Hansen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta.
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries unanimously, and public participation is now closed for this item. And at this time, I think we can let Mr. Eady reply to some of the comments that were said.
Chair, how much time are we?
I would say, I think he had about 7 minutes left. So if you want to set that.
Okay.
Okay, well, I won't take 7 minutes. But let me just respond to a few things here. Mr. I think it was Lenny Roberts, talked about the existing permit, and he mentioned the 1977 date of the Coastal Act being adopted, and the fact that this use and its permit predates that. So again, I can't emphasize enough that this is a permitted use, and that is not the question before you today. The question before you today is, do you want to amend the conditions of approval to, recognize the fence, that particular fence, and the operational conditions, and have the conditions of approval that staff recommends? If you don't do that, they still have the right to operate the facility. You can't rescind this permit on a hearing like this. There's a whole due process that would have to be gone through, and perhaps your attorney could speak to that, or the planning director at some point if need be. Secondly, Scott Holmes mentioned a couple of things. He did say that the industry safety standard has been good, but he suggests a couple of things that I'm not quite sure make sense, because he talked about propane becoming liquid and needing to be contained. The boiling point of propane is minus 44 degrees. So that, what does that mean? That means it vaporizes as soon as it touches the atmosphere. So there is no liquid release of propane. There might be vapor, but it immediately dissipates. So this idea of a berm and so on is, I just don't really understand where that comes from. So the Big Wave project, people were commenting about, well, you know, just move the propane facility. And so I spent a good bit of time with the Big Wave applicant years ago trying to investigate this possibility. And they finally were the ones that said, you know what, this is not feasible for us because we had so much process, time, and difficulty to get the permit. They don't want to open up their permit again and do that at all. And I will say that I've worked in another community in Scotts Valley. They had a similar situation where they had a legal propane use, but the community grew up around that use. So the Scotts Valley City Council said, well, we'd like to relocate the propane. And the propane companies were fine with doing that, but it was up to the Scotts Valley to pay for it because the use was legal and the relocation ended up being something that the city paid for. So if the county wanted to do something like that, it would be a whole big enterprise to try to relocate this. Let's see. Finally, somebody mentioned about the Caltrans, the actual permitting is done by Department of Transportation, and the DOT rules are established for the trucks, and those are all in compliance. And I also, one other thing, they do fill the trucks, the bobtails, and they do not release. They can fill those without releasing any product. So maybe that's the venting thing, it had to do with some other tank that he was talking about, which was a smaller facility. But anyway, those were just some of the things. And again, you know, we're happy to work with the community to try to make this operation a good neighbor and to maximize the safety. But I just don't know what we're supposed to do. The staff asked us to agree to come forward and modify, add elements to the existing permit, which we're agreeing to do. But we certainly can't take down the fence if you don't approve the fence. That's required by law. So anyway, I'm not sure where you go with this if you got something in mind other than to approve these minor amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edit. I think that at this time, the commissioners can go, we can start our deliberations. So with that, I am going to call on Commissioner Ketchum.
I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Chair. I
sure.
just wanted to offer if I could provide any words to kind of set the stage for the deliberations. I'm happy to do so, but I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair.
No, actually, yes, I'm glad that you're kind of guiding us on where we go, and maybe even Mr. Fox can add to that. So yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you for that opportunity. So I generally agree with what Mr. Eady said in that what is before you today is an application to permit certain modifications that had occurred after the legal establishment of this use. With regard to the use and the concerns about it, I certainly understand the perspectives of the community and the neighbors. And there's a separate process for trying to eliminate a use that has become a nuisance or a problem for a community. That process hasn't been initiated. And so that, I think, is one of the challenges that you face today, in that if you were to do what the speakers asked, which would be to deny the application, essentially what you would be denying is the installation of the fence. I think it's described in the staff report that they graveled the majority of the site. So I think the development activities that have occurred since it was legally established is pretty minimal, and to deny it, as Mr. Eady said, would put the use in a somewhat of a catch-22 situation in terms of they must retain a fence to meet the law. I think, options for how to meet those requirements by providing fencing that's the least visually disruptive and also the most safe, I think that's a valid discussion to have about the fence. And the other concern I would have about a denial is there are certain operational issues that we are attempting to address, such as weed management. I think you have an opportunity in this action to really nail down what can and cannot occur on the site, such as prohibiting the smaller tanks. If you were to deny the project, you would perhaps lose that opportunity to establish that as a requirement, deny that application, that is, for the improvements that were made to an existing legal site. So I think that's the matter before you, is whether or not the improvements that were made to the site should be allowed to stay, not whether or not the use can stay. That if you would like the use to be taken away, then I think that's just something that I couldn't bring back to the Board of Supervisors in terms of whether or not that's a pathway they are interested in pursuing. Mr. Fox, would you want to add or change anything to what I said?
I have nothing to add to what you said.
Okay. All right. I think we have a pretty clear guidance of where we're supposed to go. But my question would be then, because based on all the comments that we've heard, and I think some of the comments that we've heard from the commissioners, I mean, I think that the community would like to move in the direction of removing that facility, but we're not here for that today. But there is an avenue that they can, or that either the county or the community can start. I just want to make that clear that if that's where the community wants to go, there will be a different way to follow to get to that. But that's not our position at this moment. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that's correct. That's the point I was trying to make. The county has taken action to remove certain uses from zoning districts in the past. It does require that we give the businesses, reasonable time to, remove, relocate, et cetera. But that, as you said, is not the matter that's before you today.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. So at this time, I think we can start our deliberation, and I will call again on Commissioner Ketchum.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Monowitz, for that, for setting that up, parameters of what we're doing here today. So I think the applicant's withdrawal from their application of this storage of small tanks, that's a big step. So because I couldn't have supported that, and so that's out of the picture. I have no problem with the gravel and the storage containers and the water tank. So that leaves us with the fence. And well, one other thing. Okay. I would like to modify the on-site truck maneuvering and periodic parking element here to add no overnight parking of vehicles containing propane or related fuels for storage delivery. Basically, well, let me explain where I want to go with this, because I have issues with the fence. And if this is the time, Janice said she would share her screen because I wanted to just quickly run through some images and point out the issues with the fence as to so where we might go with this. Okay, I guess we'll do this now. Oh, next slide. Well, okay, that was just to show you the setting, how this is really a small isolated little area that's basically the surroundings of natural area, and the appearance is important. So there's 4 sections of the fence. The north perimeter fence shown here is the prevailing winds are either from the north or south. So this is 8 foot tall, and it gets the south wind, and it's built right next to the Pillar Ridge fence, and you can see it's sagging against the house right next to it. That's the house that was downwind of that gas leak where they're all running from the house. And so that's the upper left picture. Then on the lower left picture, that's the gap at the bus stop. This is at the sidewalk at the bus stop, and the gap at the bottom is about 13 inches, and at the top you can see the fence sagging up. It's impossible to get in and clean out the trash. And then the right-hand picture shows in the neighbor's yard how the sagging fence leaning up against the Pillar Ridge fence and right there at their back porch, and with no setback or anything. So those are the issues there. And let's just run through the pictures and then I'll sum up. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please.
Sorry, I'm trying to move it over. Okay.
So this is the east side, the section along the sidewalk there. That's where it encroaches into the right of way, and so the width is limited. I just wanted to point out that the propane safety regulations only require 6 foot height fence, and you only really need to fence the tank. You don't need to fence the entire parcel. I can see in the past where they had all these smaller tanks scattered all across this lot, they did indeed need to fence the whole lot. But if they're not going to be storing them there anymore, they don't need to fence the whole 2.5 acres. And then you have the color, which just really stands out. You can see the color of this fence from up on the bluff. That's how I figured out the date it was installed, because in the pictures you can see when it was the old fence or the new one, because you could really see the red. Next slide. So the south perimeter fence, this is facing Big Wave. Once again, the wind has blown it, and there's gaps in the fence, and there's graffiti and whatever. And I just wanted to show at the lower left, you can see where the taller red propane fence compared to the 6 foot high Pillar Ridge perimeter fence, and how aesthetically as to what looks better. And once again, graffiti and whatnot there. Next slide. So the west perimeter fence next to the whole row of homes there. So this shows before the perimeter fence was built, the upper picture. And so you can see to the back of the property, there's the Pillar Ridge fence and the homes behind it. And the comparison and how that looks with the current fence taken from the neighbor's ladder next door, looking over that 8-foot fence. So this side, the existing Pillar Ridge fence, which is just out of the picture, was set into the Pillar Ridge property there. So when the propane fence went in, it did leave this approximately 4 or 6 feet gap between fences. So it is possible to maintain the weeds there and pick up any trash or whatever. That works. And this side, I haven't seen any sagging. So this is the least of the problems. Not to say that basically the effect here is for the row of, I don't know, maybe 10 homes along this fence where they used to be able to look at the backyard and see the mountains to the east, and now they see this 8-foot tall fence. Next slide. And this is just a separate thing that I would like added to the conditions of approval. Not only about the weed maintenance monthly, but they need to eradicate this pampas grass. The county is aware of this problem. It just spreads by seed and it's tall, it's over the 8-foot fence. So at this point, I had some suggestions. If you could skip to the second, skip ahead, you have to go 2 slides ahead. So these are what I was going to propose for discussion for modifications to the permit application. The first item, to eliminate storage of used tanks, that's been willingly withdrawn already. The second one, I told you just before about adding to the truck maneuvering and parking, that they can't park overnight with fuel in them. And then this brings us to the fence. So what I would hope for, and I've discussed this with the Pillar Ridge manager from his perspective of maintenance and all this, is that the fence, that any fence approved here today would be a maximum of 6 feet height with an option for several strands of barbed wire with vertical supports, not the V shape. That the color of the slats be dark brown or green to blend in better. On the north and the west side, next to Pillar Ridge, set the fence, if they want to go with the duplication and fences there, to set the fence back from the existing Pillar Ridge fence to leave a minimum of 4-foot space between the fences to enable maintenance. Like I say, in years past, there wasn't this redundancy of fences. It was just the Pillar Ridge fence served that purpose. Then the next point would be to relocate on Airport Street, to relocate the fence out of the right of way to improve pedestrian access and provide space for bus stop amenities. And then there on Airport Street to connect directly to the Pillar Ridge fence at the northeast corner to prevent trespass of the public into that gap between the fences. So that's all I have for you. Thank you for. So if people want to leave that up and see that, or if you want to take the screen down while we discuss further.
Yeah, I think we can leave it up. I don't see any reason not to take it down. I'll call on Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, I'm going to take a whole different tack, as usual. Remember a few years ago, we were talking about the mobile home ordinance, and my objection at the time was because of the park that was inside the industrial area of Belmont. You know, I do not believe the quality of life is improved for anybody being in an industrial area. At the same time, I don't believe manufacturing, industrial, those type of uses don't belong inside any residential community. You know, this is an intrusion at the opposite direction. And the problem is we rely on zoning, and zoning is good to the border of that zone. We're not good at the transitions between a residential zone and something else. We don't write rules that way. We have no transition things. You know, we kind of do it when we talk about a multi-story building next to us, R1 community, where you have to step down into the community. No formal rules in that, but we do have by the ways of our actions through the years acknowledge that there is a courtesy or whatever you want to call it that we do. Again, there is no transition between these things, but we're doing these very hard zones. And this gets back to Scope Creek. I mean, this got zoned and approved the way it was in '64, was not for what is there today. That doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so we've got Scope Creek. Well, now when they got this property, you know, they can maximize it to the nth degree, you know, without any transition into the neighborhood. You know, this is the camel nose under the tent. You know, what was approved by this commission originally could not even be intended for what it is there today. This is Scope Creek. If you want a fence, great, have a fence around the 1964 tank footprint. Nothing beyond that. Oh, you can't have that's outside the footprint area of 64, fine, remove the tank. You know, I'm not good, very happy with grandfathering. I don't like Scope Creek. I'm more important, what was the intent of why this is here and maintaining that. You know, we get accused of favoring Hillsborough and Portola Valley and not favoring the people who live in other areas. Well, that's not been me ever. Not that I even seen that practice ever in my time here. But this is, the use has exceeded any intention. And you need a fence, great. You have it around the 64 footprint of the tank. But other than that, I'm not interested. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanson. Ms. Gupta?
Thank you, Chair. I really enjoyed listening to what Commissioner Hanson had to say. So true. We are kind of squeezed here between what we really want to vote upon and what we have to vote upon here. But since it has been set, the stage has been set for us as to what we have to vote upon. So I like the proposal Commissioner Ketchum has. And she's very thorough. And I think, yes, fence is a eyesore, but she has kind of put it in perspective, how it could sort of blend in with the community appearance. So that's what I will go with. So I'll support her proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I too like some of the proposals that Ms. Ketchum has put forward. And I want to thank Mr. Hansen for his input on this. Yeah, for me, it's like, I would prefer not to have this facility here. But at this time, you know, there's nothing we can do to make it go away. So what is before us, you know, we need to see if we can give them the permit for what they're asking for or make the modifications. I'm more in favor of making some modifications on this. I think that that fence, that the way it exists now as an eyesore. However, it does, you know, the facility, because it's a very dangerous thing that they have there, it needs a fence. So I am in favor then of what Ms. Ketchum is proposing. So I think with that, if somebody wants to make a motion based on what we talked about, then let's move forward.
Mr. Chair, I would note that the applicant's representative has raised his hands, and it's up to you whether or not you want to hear from him. But oftentimes when we are revising conditions, I've found it's good to understand any concerns or reservations the applicant might have about those change conditions.
Yeah, I think we can have them back. Let's see, perhaps Janet, can you put 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate where you're going with the discussion, and I think we're very close here. One thing about the fence, if we could do the 8-foot fence instead of the 6 and follow the other recommendations of Commissioner Ketchum, that would provide a better level of security as well as screening for the site. And but I also, you know, you know, we could ask, if you wanted, we could continue the matter and we could discuss this further with the staff or whatever. But if you're willing to go with an 8-foot fence, I think we could be, you know, we could be done with it today.
Okay, and any other comments? Okay, I think Mr. Edie is done with his comment at the moment. So I come back to commissioners. Can we draft a motion for what we have discussed?
Can I just speak to this latest comment?
Sure.
I would suggest that the if they want 8 feet instead of 6 for better security, they could put that fence around the tank only. But if they want to do anything further out, like around the perimeter, I would be opposed to that.
Okay.
Although, you know, I could see the rationale for just around the tank.
Well, then I'm a go to that suggestion. So if we can go around and kind of check with the other commissioners, at least do I get a positive or on this suggestion? Commissioner Hansen?
I'm always interested in a fence around the 1964 footprint of the tank.
Okay, so you don't want any other fence lower or higher? Okay. Mrs. Gupta?
I'm thinking. Let me understand this. So nothing else changes other than the fence around the tank is going to be 8 feet. Is there a separate fence around the tank? Is
Oh,
that what?
Let me try to explain. I think what's on the table is Commissioner Ketchum put forth some additional conditions regarding the perimeter fence that would be allowed. It would be limited to 6 feet. The applicant requested to go to 8 feet, and Commissioner Ketchum's response was, well, an 8-foot fence in her view would only be appropriate around the tank, the large tank, directly around that. So I think if you were to craft a motion based on Commissioner Ketchum's recommendation, it would be to approve the permit with the conditions recommended by staff as modified by Commissioner Ketchum, with an additional provision allowing for an 8-foot fence in the immediate proximity of the 15,000 gallon tank.
Okay, so,
Right.
so there's no fence just around the tank,
Well,
just in the proximity of the
Not
tank.
currently.
where I want to understand here, if I may also chime in on this. I think that a 6-foot fence, I'm more in favor of a 6-foot fence around the entire perimeter with that 8-foot fence around that tank. I think for security reasons, they still need a fence out in the perimeter. But you know, something that looks much better than what they have now. So I am more in favor of that than no fence completely, except for around the tank. So I'm just trying to understand if we have enough support for something like that, or we just don't have anything. Go ahead, Ms. Ketchum.
Well, first let me say, Commissioner Hansen's preference for insistence actually for just the fence around the tank, I could support that as well if that's the direction that we're going. I could also see that at some point, depending on what use they make of the rest of this acreage, they might want a security fence, but we don't know what use they will make of it. I mean, now, other than the box trucks, there's nothing there. And they might decide, I mean, obviously, one thought would be if you just were to drive down the section of Airport Street with the warehouse at the other end, where they have 3 auto repair shops with that inadequate parking. So, I mean, obviously parking, they could lease it for parking. They might, you know, they might not need a fence. So they might want to, depending on the decision today, they might want to rethink, what do we need? Do we really need a perimeter fence? But it would seem that clearly the one that is there needs to be removed. And, but before that, before they could do that, they would need to construct a fence around the tank. And the gas regulations, even for that, only require 6 feet, but it, you know, I hope that doesn't muddle it up even more.
Yeah, for me, I'm still concerned that, you know, the security in general, not just immediately around the tank, but if they're going to have other trucks there, and it seems like there has been vandalism on some of those vehicles, that they still need a security fence lower, but I think that they still need a security fence around it.
Now that you got it secured and not visible, it could be storage for anything.
Yeah.
You know, do you want a junkyard there? You know, what do you do with vehicles that's still marginally usable but can be parked? I mean, you could just think of, remember, it could be used to the maximum of what it zoning is.
Commissioner Hanson, I just think it's important to set the record straight. You need to get a permit to change of use. The use that's permitted here is for propane storage and sales. So no, converting it to a junkyard would not be allowed.
Junkyard for the propane business.
There's no storage of the old tanks allowed by conditions of the permit. So I think we're trying to establish rules of operation that would preclude that.
If I was trying to maximize it and I have this property and I had things that are parts or vehicle. I mean, it's not visible.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have an unintended consequence somewhere down the line.
Correct. So I think we have, now we have to come up with, something. I mean, if we were either going to deny or we're going to make craft a motion that encloses what we talked about and see if we have a support from all the commissioners. So I would ask that someone makes a motion at this time.
How about if I make the motion?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the Planning Commission approves the Coastal Development Permit County File Number 2000 PLN 2018-00057 by adopting the required findings and condition of approval listed in attachment A, and with proposed modifications, and the modifications, could you put those up, Janet? The last slide that Commissioner Ketchum had, with a 6-foot fence all around. These are the proposed modifications with a 6-foot fence all around the perimeter.
Right, and I think Mr.
Did I
Fox, correct
cover?
me if I'm wrong, but I believe that, we have this on video recording, including the text of what's shown up here. So although you haven't stated all the specific changes, I believe the record's clear about your motion includes all of the changes identified by what's shown on the screen here. Correct, Commissioner Gupta?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have a motion now. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Okay, I have a question first. The way this is worded, this gives them permission to have this fence as described around the perimeter, but they're not required to put that up, but they would be required to remove the existing fence. Is that your understanding, Director Monowitz?
Yes, that's correct. I think we gave a certain time frame for removal of the barbed wire. And I think we would clarify that condition, that time frame would be for removal of the existing fence and replacement with the type of fence described in this modified condition.
And if they thought about this later and decided they did not want a perimeter fence and would prefer to put a fence just around the tank, what steps could you give them that permission? Or would they have to come back to, how would that work?
They could make that request, and if the commission agreed, I think it would qualify within the scope of a minor modification that could be approved by staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so again, we have a motion and second. Please, Janet, do a roll call.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum?
Aye.
Commissioner Hansen?
Nay.
Chair Ramirez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion as presented now is approved with a 3 in favor and 1 against. Okay, so with that, that is the end for that item, number 5. And now we can move on to, well, actually, no, wait a minute. It's noon now. I think we should take a little break. Would a 10-minute be okay for everybody? Okay, so we're taking a 10-minute break at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna mute all mics. Commissioner Gupta, was it 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
10.
Gotcha. Thought that's what he said. Thank you.
Okay, our 10-minute break is over. Let's get back to work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can, our next item is number 6. Janet, can you read it into the record, please?
Sure. Next item, number 6, applicant San Mateo County Planning and Building Department, file number PLN 2014-00430, location various, and our project planner today, or actually transportation management plan, is Shanda Singh.
All right, good afternoon. I'm going to just pull up the presentation. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
The little thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Chanda Singh, and I'm a transportation planner with the Planning and Building Department, and I'm part of the Connect the Coastside project team. I'm also joined by my colleague, Katie Faulkner, an integral part of the project team. And we're here today to present on Connect the Coastside, the San Mateo County Mid-Coast Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan, which is before the commission today for consideration. Just for a little bit of background on the plan, in 2012, the California Coastal Commission certified a package of amendments known as the Mid-Coast Update to San Mateo County's local coastal program. And policy 2.53 of the LCP requires the county to prepare a comprehensive transportation management plan that addresses the cumulative transportation impacts of future residential development on roads and highways in the Mid-Coast. The policy includes specific direction on the plan's development, including that the plan's analysis be based on cumulative traffic impacts of projected new development at LCP buildout, that the plan propose policies to offset the demand for vehicle trips and propose mitigations for cumulative impacts, and that the plan evaluate the feasibility of developing an in lieu fee traffic mitigation program, the expansion of transit, and development of a mandatory lot merger program. The plan's development was led by Planning and Building and a consultant team in collaboration with partners such as those listed here, and they helped shape the plan's content and also supported stakeholder engagement to inform the plan. The general approach to developing a plan involved first assessing existing development and transportation conditions, then projecting cumulative development based on LCP buildout and identifying potential associated transportation impacts, and then identifying recommendations to mitigate those impacts. The plan was developed through an iterative process, refining the content over time based on stakeholder feedback. This is just to give you a sense of the chronology. The project team first began with the basis of findings and engagement conducted through the LCP update process and previous planning efforts like the Highway 1 safety and mobility studies. And the Connect the Coastside project officially kicked off in 2014. The team produced reports summarizing findings at each phase of the plan's development. This included the build-out analysis, development forecast, and traffic projections in 2014 and 2015, sharing recommendations to address findings of that analysis in 2016, with additional detailed analysis in 2017 and 2018, and then releasing the plan with several revised versions based on stakeholder feedback in 2020 and 2021, which brings us to today to consideration of adoption and implementation. I'll now go a little bit more into the plan's content. So just to get you oriented, this is a map of the plan's study and project area. Since development and regional growth affect traffic conditions in and getting to the Mid-Coast, data from a larger study area were incorporated into the transportation impact analysis. The study area is shown here in yellow and inclusive of the purple, which includes Half Moon Bay and the land west and east of Highway 1 to 280 and near Highway 92 from Highway 1 to 280. Plan recommendations are focused within the project area, which is denoted in purple, which are areas within the county's jurisdiction proximate to Highway 1 and 92. So it includes the unincorporated areas along Highway 1, and the coastline between the Tom Lantos Tunnel and the northern border of Half Moon Bay, which is the area covered by the Mid-Coast LCP, and then Highway 92 between Half Moon Bay and 280. The planning process began with an existing conditions analysis for all roadway users, meaning people who walk, bike, and take transit and drive, including a review of past plans, data collection, field visits, and stakeholder engagement. The project team found existing safety and congestion issues, including existing delays for drivers attempting to get onto highways 1 and 92 from side streets. Many often have to wait a long time due to the fast speeds of highway travelers and very few gaps with enough distance to enter the highway safely. Poor utilization at some parking sites, likely due to the lack of signage. A lack of continuous, separated, and safe bicycle and walking facilities and supportive infrastructure like bike parking and high visibility crosswalk markings to key destinations like bus stops and businesses. Low frequency and unreliable bus service with limited hours of operations and few amenities like seating or shade, and a lack of options for visitors to get to the Mid-Coast other than to drive. Here's some photos to illustrate existing conditions. In the photo on the left, just noting the Samtrans bus stop with no ADA accessible access and some informal seating. On the right, there's no designated pedestrian pathway and no bike facilities along Highway 1 connecting Moss Beach with Montara. Some more photos. On the left is the Graywell Cove parking lot with no designated turn lanes for vehicle coming southbound on Highway 1 and no pedestrian crossing from the parking lot to the beach. And on the right is a picture of Airport Street in Princeton that's heavily parked, and therefore some people are walking in the street. The project team then assessed the impact of development in the study area on transportation conditions. So in general, they found that existing issues would get worse. So delays for drivers trying to turn onto the highway would increase and more intersections would be impacted, and travel times would increase, and the existing pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and parking concerns would remain and likely get worse without intervention. So these findings and potential solutions were shared and refined through a broad engagement process. The project team used diverse approaches to reach various Mid-Coast stakeholders, including a dedicated and regularly updated project webpage in English and Spanish with a comment box, email updates and social media postings on Nextdoor, Facebook, and Patch to promote opportunities for engagement, leveraging the findings of the online Listening to the Mid-Coast Mobility Survey, 7 workshops, including 4 in person before the pandemic and 3 virtual. Each gathering had 30 to 100 attendees. Presentations at public meetings, including here at the County Planning Commission, the Mid-Coast Community Council, City of Half Moon Bay, and Montara Water and Sanitary District. Presentations at convenings of existing community groups, including with the Rotary Club, and we did youth focus groups with ALAS and Youth Leadership Institute. We had a technical advisory committee with representatives from agencies, including Caltrans, other county departments, state parks, and Samtrans. We also held one-on-one meetings with agency partners, including Caltrans, Sewer Authority Mid-Coast, Half Moon Bay, and with California Coastal Commission staff. And we did some dedicated outreach to reach monolingual Spanish speakers that included recorded videos, Facebook Live event, paper and phone surveys, and fact sheets. And I just want to say thank you to the partners who really supported our engagement from the community partners and county department staff. So based on the feedback, we heard that the plan's recommendations should really be centered on improving the safety, livability, and mobility for Mid-Coast residents by improving roadway congestion and reducing future impacts of development, protecting coastal resources and public access, and respecting the character of the Mid-Coast and environment. So Connect the Coast Side recommends a strategic suite of strategies to address both existing and projected conditions. The plan recommends infrastructure, policies, programs, and ongoing evaluations to support reduced vehicular use, improved roadway safety and operations, and offer high-quality multimodal transportation options so people have choices in how they get in, get to and around the Midcoast. Many of the plan's recommendations are to address existing concerns and draw from previous planning efforts, with some recommendations aimed specifically at improving impacts due to predicted growth at LCP build-out. So the plan's implementation horizon is 30 years and identifies near-term actions focused on addressing existing needs. Per LCP policy 2.53, the plan evaluated an in lieu fee traffic mitigation program and recommends pursuing a nexus study to establish a fee so future development can contribute toward impacts. Since a lot of the development on the coast side is smaller residential projects that are often ministerial, a fee would really be an appropriate method to gather resources to support larger transportation project implementation that is intended to address the cumulative impacts of growth. The plan also recommends transit service and amenities that were informed by staff from Samtrans and commute.org. And lastly, the plan evaluated a mandatory lot merger program and found that several newer policies, including an update to the county's subdivision regulations, are already facilitating lot mergers. So the plan recommends continuing this practice rather than establishing a standalone lot merger program. So here are just a few examples of the plan's recommendations. They take the form of physical infrastructure, such as the multimodal parallel trail, which is a Class 1 bicycle and pedestrian path on the east side of Highway 1. Future planning studies, such as a comprehensive coastside parking study. Programs, such as a coordinated traffic control approach in partnership with other cities for large visitor serving events. And policies, including recommended LCP amendments to incorporate new proposed transportation metrics. With the proposed mitigations, such as the new intersection controls in Moss Beach and dedicated turn lanes, there would be reduced side street delay at intersections and improved traffic flow. The project team anticipates improved safety for all roadway users due to the higher visibility roadway striping and facilities that physically separate people walking and biking from cars. And those doing so has a really high crash reduction factor for people walking and biking. And research has shown that providing high quality multimodal facilities along with programs to encourage walking, biking, and transit use can lead to reduced vehicle usage, which ultimately leads to reduced congestion. Implementing most of the plan's recommendations will require partnerships with external agencies, for example, with Caltrans for approval of improvements on Highways 1 and 92, and with Samtrans for transit recommendations. Many projects will require further design, consistency analysis, community engagement, and environmental analysis prior to implementation. The plan contains planning level cost estimates and anticipates about 77 million needed to implement all the recommendations. However, I'll note that that estimate does not account for staffing, ongoing operations and maintenance, nor the resources required to further develop projects to make them shovel ready. The county will need to allocate and pursue resources in order to realize implementation of the plan. So although Connect the Coastside has not yet been adopted, the county and its partners are considering the plan's recommendations and pursuing implementation where feasible and appropriate. So for example, the county pursued and was awarded a grant to further study the intersection controls proposed in the plan in Moss Beach, which were identified as interventions needed to address transportation impacts of future growth. Caltrans will be engaging in a rehabilitation and repaving of Highway 1 south of Marine and Moss Beach through the city of Half Moon Bay. And through this project, Caltrans anticipates being able to include some of the plan's recommended improvements, including bike lanes on Highway 1 and striping, crosswalk striping improvements at Capistrano Road and Coronado Street on Highway 1. Samtrans recently redid their service plan, which goes into effect this summer and will increase the frequency of Route 17 on weekends, which runs on Highway 1. And their plan also calls for a new on-demand service zone that will serve El Granada, parts of Princeton, and Half Moon Bay. And that feature service will allow riders to use an app or call to request a ride, and a shared vehicle will pick them up and take them anywhere in the zone. And lastly, our County Public Works Department is actively working to implement the first phase of the multimodal parallel trail and the Marauder Road pedestrian bridge replacement. Staff analyzed the plan for consistency with the general plan and local coastal program and has concluded that it is consistent with both, and specifically locating and planning new development, public works and transportation, agricultural and soil resources, sensitive habitats, visual resources, shoreline access, natural and man-made hazards, and recreation components, and that the plan meets the requirements of LCP policy 2.53. Staff evaluated the plan and has determined it is not a project under CEQA. Determination of CEQA applicability will be reviewed as recommendations are brought forth for implementation, and staff documented the determination in a separate memorandum available on the Connect the Coastside project webpage. Therefore, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors find Connect the Coastside to be consistent with the County General Plan and local coastal program, and that the Planning Commission recommend that the board adopt a resolution to adopt the plan. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sings, for the excellent presentation. We will now ask the commissioners to see if they have questions. Mr. Hanson.
Good afternoon, Shanda. Yeah, I got lots of questions. And where to start? On page 146, we outline what we're going to be doing along the intersections. Am I reading that correctly, that pages 146 and the following page shows where we are today and what we expect to be 30 years from now?
Sorry, Commissioner, are you referring to like in the electronic version of the plan, page 146 of what, I suppose?
Yeah, so it basically says intersection A or 1, you know, is at level D, and we plan to do nothing here, and it will be at level D, you know. This is just random. The roundabout A is right now at D. We put it in, it goes to A. So this is looking at all those intersections today or whatever day that was and projecting 30 years out.
Is that table 25? Is that what it's called? Maximum building out the forecast?
Yeah, I think that's maybe the table that you're referring to is the maximum build out forecast, intersection level of service compared to the existing intersection level of service. And so the plan is based on not necessarily, I mean, it could be 30 years, it could be, we set a time frame of 30 years for implementation, but what's reflected in this table is if we did no interventions at all and LCP build out was realized, so everything was built to its maximum building potential on the coast side, what would the potential projected conditions be at intersections based on the measure of level of service?
So that's our future expectations with this plan.
If nothing was done, this table is showing the no intervention.
Because I saw the roundabouts, well, I read as roundabouts going from lower to better, if I'm reading that right.
Correct, and that's in a separate table a little bit further in the plan, but yes.
Yeah. So maybe that's the table I'm talking about.
Okay.
Problem is when you have it electronic form, talking to you and finding it is.
It's challenging. I know. I'm scrolling madly right now myself. So
maybe I should find it.
So I think we're probably referring to table 30, which is on, I see. Okay, so page 146 of the plan itself. Apologies. It just so happened that 146 of the staff report happens to be the other table. So, okay, yes, correct.
Oh, okay. So that is,
yes, on page 146 of the plan.
This plan, this is the table will be at.
Yes, if under mitigate conditions, if all growth was to occur.
Everything goes right, this is where we'll be at.
That's what we assume, correct.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Sorry.
And if I understand right, we're saying we examine it with the mitigating things happening and stuff like that. We see about a 50% increase of population approximately.
I don't have those numbers right in front of me,
okay.
But yeah.
But I'm in the ballpark, right? We could be squishy here. If we're looking 30 years out, we could be squishy. And I just want to make sure we're thinking about this. I guess one of my problems was reading it, is the 30 years. When I think of 30 years, I think of more strategic as opposed to more tactical. When I see a lot of things in here is very tactical, and I see instant improvements. But if we're talking about 30 years out, and the goal number one, I don't know if that is the highest goal, but goal number one was to improve traffic. And I see significant improvement with the roundabouts. I've always been a roundabout, but the gains in there is even higher than I expected. So, if we're thinking of a 30-year plan, strategically, it's really saying to me, have more roundabouts and maybe more limited access to certain places to those roundabouts to improve traffic. And, if we're improving traffic is the goal, and it improves at the roundabouts, but if table 146 is correct, I'm seeing it deteriorating overall. So am I correct in reading this that even with all these plans in here, traffic is getting worse?
If I'm understanding you correctly, as measured by that specific metric, intersection level of service, which is really mostly measuring at this point how long people have to wait to be able to get onto the highway from a side street. So think of all the cross streets along Highway 1 on the mid-coast. You've got many local neighborhood streets that are connecting in. Those delays in certain cases are going to just get longer because of the maximum growth that will happen. Because of the way the transportation analysis was done, we still had to, the way that it works together is looking at where some of that growth is likely to be concentrated. So at those locations to improve operations and safety is where the roundabouts were sort of assessed to be located, which is largely in Moss Beach, because we see that that's going to be somewhere where the concentrations of population are going to be. So where we have an intervention like that, there will be some improvements. However, if we were to, because the delay on the side streets is what's causing that level of service to go down, we still need to compromise with highway traffic flow. So if you were to, let's say, throw in something at every location and really slow traffic down on the highway, you would see those delays going down to increase people getting onto the highway to make that easier. but you would be compromising your highway traffic flow, if that makes sense. Which is why one of the reasons that the plan goes into sort of some depth to talk about different ways we can measure the health of our transportation system or what it feels like to be out there. Level of service being one of many measures to think about the user experience on the freeway, or as a driver, as a walker, as a bicyclist. I hope that clarifies. I'm not sure if I understood or answered your question, but I think I did.
Well, you're doing great. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
This is very complicated. It is not going to be resolved today. Planning 30 years out, we don't know what 30 years out really looks like. Think about where we were in 1980 and think where we are today. And the realities are unimaginable. We never had a pandemic impacting how traffic would flow from that point on. There are just unimaginable things. So we got to do with what we know and what we expect. And what I'm looking for is understanding, if I agree to this, what things like seeing the roundabouts, like I said, I saw the impacts better than I expected, but I also saw severe, so not understanding what I just heard, that if I'm on the side streets trying to get onto the highway, that's going to be delayed to keep the traffic moving at least its current level going forward.
Yeah, I think that maybe the way to think about it is at certain locations, you already have a delay now. So in some places it's already bad or harder. And there are some known areas like at Cypress where it's been studied and we know that there are concerns now, and that based on some other analysis that location, an intervention at that intersection would really support improved safety and operations. And so based on, even though the plan's implementation horizon is 30 years, we've identified certain things and actions to start taking now and sooner to sort of prepare us for what we think the future is and further understand what's feasible, appropriate based on our LCP, the goals of the project, our anticipation. But the intention is to address existing and start preparing for future concerns.
Okay. Given that we're looking 30 years out, how come we didn't consider a tunnel for Highway 92 from Crystal Springs over the hill?
Gosh, well, I don't know if those discussions ever happened before I did, but I could imagine that, just the cost and environmental impact would probably be a rationale not to. But
No.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Cost is the wrong way to think of it, because if cost is the driver, you get nothing done. I mean,
I was thinking environmental impact.
Yeah, I was assistant director of finance at Stanford, and I was told that because of cost, Wi-Fi wasn't going to happen on campus. And don't plan for it and don't put it in. And it was my job as in charge of the bean counters to convince them to show how to make it possible. Yes, there is a cost. There's a cost of not doing things too. There is an impact that is just as expensive as not doing things. So cost is not the driver. And if it really is the driver, let me throw out the little nation of Faroe Islands. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, but it's north of Scotland, west of Norway, and east of Iceland. 20,000 people. 17 islands. The capital is no bigger than Half Moon Bay. They just opened up this year a tunnel underneath the Atlantic Ocean, 11 kilometers long, with a roundabout in the tunnel to another island. Okay. This is like saying everybody in the coast side can afford doing a tunnel 200 meters below, or make that about 500 feet, the Atlantic Ocean. What was the cost of that? This little place, fishermen could do it. Not only that, they already got 19 tunnels. I've been in the little country. It's a lovely little country. If you like grass growing on roofs, it's sheep herders and farmers. The cost wasn't the driver. The cost is the quality of life. So, you choose it, you think about it, you put it out there. And that's one of the things. We talked about bicyclists going over 92. That's a death trap. Try to walk up 92 over, that's a death trap. If we had the tunnels, it might be something like Devil's Slide, and suddenly becomes a whole new venue in itself. If we plan to keep 92, maybe we should have considered the old toll road on the north side, opening that up for bicyclists and people. If we're looking 30 years out, what can we do to actually, improve things? So that was something I was hoping or looking for. On page 64, we talk about transit. And the quote in it is talking about bus transit specifically, I think, focuses on creating a more comfortable and waiting experience.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Or is there
You were uncomfortable waiting how many seconds? 7. Okay. We are very uncomfortable waiting 90 seconds at a light. We're very uncomfortable waiting. It's not in our nature. I don't know anybody who is comfortable in waiting. Thinking that service is X today and putting rocking chairs out there to make it more uncomfortable for the wait. I'm getting old. I don't want a rocking chair. I want to get on the bus and go somewhere. If we're not going to address the problem, fine. Let's just say we don't have the political will to do this or whatever it is. That's fine to state. But waiting is never an answer. And no one waits. That's why there is low usage. It's chicken and egg thing. If you don't put it out there, they won't come. Making it a more comfortable experience, that doesn't spend the money elsewhere. Plan another.
I just want to point out that the plan does include recommendations to increase transit frequency and service. However, with the current wait times with Samtrans as a provider and the fact that Highway 1 is largely 2 lanes in each direction, that Route 17 is pretty low ridership with headways that go 1 to 2 hours. That there's been lots of research that has shown that improving the, at a minimum for those who are riding transit right now, improving the bus stop experience so that they have facilities for the existing waits is part of what we wanted to address. We heard a lot from stakeholders that, waiting at a bus stop with no seat and no shade for an hour is a challenge.
I understand that, but yeah, we're talking about a plan as opposed to let's solve something in the weeds. I agree that all of that should be done. But that's in the weeds discussion, and it should be done regardless of any decision here today. That's not important. What important is, how do we improve the traffic? And, or whatever those 5 goals we have out there. And that's what I'm worrying about. You know, like we talked about parking, and, you know, parking is all over the place, where some places have sufficient amounts, some are deficient. You know, overall, we're looking for, you know, 90% full, but unfortunately, in this one particular spot, it fills and floods over. You know, maybe in a 30-year discussion, we talk about doing something that as they've done in Yosemite, is, you know, a place where you park and you take a shuttle between the state beaches. You know, that might solve something. It might not. Maybe that's something we probably should have studied.
Well, there is a suggestion that be pursued in the future, Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, and I appreciate it. You know, but like I said, this reads more tactical, not strategic. You know, these things do improve, and I look at them and I shake my head and I see all sorts of good stuff. But you know, is to connect the coast side is a strategic going. These are the things I was looking for.
I appreciate your perspective. I think, you know, the practical reality of getting things to happen, particularly on Highway 1, as the county takes a lot of detailed legwork, and even some of the stuff that's in the weeds takes a lot of time and effort to get installed. And we need to make ourselves competitive for the funding that becomes available. We need to have the details and the plans ready to execute. Some of the things that I think you're acknowledging are important, but maybe not as visionary as you'd like to see. So, but I with regard to the desire for a greater vision, well, you know, as Chanda outlined, we did do vigorous outreach, and we did not throw out ideas because of cost. And so if, you know, you think big ideas that should be put on the table, we're happy to continue that dialogue.
You have a job that kind of would make me run away from it. And I want to appreciate the effort you do. But I also think it's also easier to find the funding if you say 30 years out, we plan to have this work better for people coming from the Bayside to the coast side, because this is the vision and how it would look. Now, that's not how it's going to get implemented. But you can sell the idea because you had the vision. And these are the steps that will take us to get there today. And we well know that 10 years in, most of that plan's already been changed because something has happened. But it's easier to sell and get the funding if we have the big plan to go with it. And I want everything I see in this area to happen. But I can also see, well, we gave your 30-year plan out and go away for 30 years too because of it. And that's my worry. So you can see where I'm trying to, I was hoping for more vision. How's that? And you've answered, I think, some of the questions I have at this moment. And, you know, I was a bean counter, so I look at this as from bean counter perspectives, and I say, oh boy, can I limit? And you know what? I don't want limits. I want improvements. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for your input. Mrs. Gupta.
Thank you, Chair. I liked your presentation, Shanda. Very, very nicely organized and put together. It would be great to see that put on the website.
Sure.
For us to refer to. I'm sure it's not going away anytime soon. It's a 30-year project, so it would be good to have it there. Thank you. Question I have is, actually, MCC is the one who mentioned or one of the members of the MCC mentioned something that once this is approved by the Board of Supervisors, are there still going to be, is there still going to be room for making modifications to it? Because like it's a 30-year plan, things will change, as we all know. What is your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I can start, and Chanda, you jump in.
Okay.
This is, you know, a plan for moving forward that is absolutely subject to change as conditions change. You know, we've spent a lot of time and effort to try and think through, you know, the next few decades and what to expect and how to best accommodate that balance in growth and, you know, infrastructure development. But certainly, as Commissioner Hanson mentioned, you know, things change, the unexpected occurs, and you have to shift gears. And so absolutely, this is a plan that will guide our future efforts, but will not restrict our ability to adapt where it makes sense. Did you want to add anything to that, Chanda?
That's what I thought. But I read it in one of the correspondence, and I was a little concerned that is that how things work, but it shouldn't. Yeah, thank you for explaining that. So one of the general question I have is, was this plan approached kind of top down, like we had a goal that this is what we want to achieve, and then we went down into pieces as to what are the different things we want to address, and then fill in the details? Is that like there were four?
I think that's fair to state. I mean, I can give you kind of the background in a few sentences, and that is that, you know, this came about in conjunction with our update to the Mid-Coast LCP, where one of the main concerns was about impact of growth on our infrastructure, particularly our roadways. And so at that time, the county agreed to do two things: to limit growth to 40 residential units per year, limit residential growth, that is, and then also to prepare this comprehensive transportation plan to try and better manage traffic impacts that were anticipated. So that was the goal, and certain expectations were set in negotiations with the Coastal Commission, like looking at lot retirement and lot merger and the traffic impact mitigation fee. So we certainly looked at all the pieces that were required as part of that new policy that was established in the update. But we also saw this as a broader opportunity to meet county needs beyond just the things that were specified by the Coastal Commission. So we undertook a robust outreach effort to try and achieve those broad objectives, which came from the top down, but then use local knowledge and input to help us determine how we can best achieve those objectives.
Okay, that's great. My next question is for Chanda. Again, I have a page 99, which is a true page 99 of the report. What I read, correct me if I misunderstood, it said that between 2015 and 2020, I think there was a short table. It said 107 units were constructed.
So yes,
So
you were
if we-
looking at table 13, the annual development from 2015 to 2020.
Right.
And I might actually pass this question to Katie because Katie was really the lead on this work. But yes, please go ahead, Commissioner Gupta.
Right. So to me, that doesn't sound like too much of a growth, right? Those are the residential units, and I'm not looking at the table. I had noted that down in my notebook, and about 12,000 square feet of non-residential construction, which I don't think is very big because I live in South San Francisco and there's a lot of construction here. So to me, it didn't sound a whole lot of growth. So is that kind of expected growth, or do we see exponential increase going forward?
Go ahead,
Is
Katie.
Katie going to look at that? Hi, Katie.
No, Katie, why don't you start and I can add on.
Sure. I mean, you know, it's hard to know for sure what will happen in the future, but I think it was very illustrative to have the last few years of growth in there to show that we're well under the cap of 40 units. So, you know, even if growth were to pick up, we still have that cap of 40 units. So that's something to consider. But I'm not sure that I necessarily see anything that would be a big change in the future, but Steve, feel free.
I guess there's a couple exceptions that I would expect to occur in conjunction with affordable housing that we expect to come if it gets approved. There is an exception that allows us to exceed the 40 units per year for purposes of affordable housing. So I can see projects like that resulting in a greater number of units per year than we've generally seen over the past 10 years. But I think what I'm seeing otherwise on the general market is there's no increase in the rate in which we're getting these applications. I think one of the controlling factors, of course, is cost of development and also limitations, both infrastructure wise and just natural constraints, because most of the easy properties have been developed already.
Okay. So what we have on Connect the Coast side is going to make it more conducive for residents who are already there, right?
Yes, I think that's a really important point, because I think some comments have described this as a plan intended to facilitate development. I think it's really intended to meet existing needs and, you know, what is reasonably anticipated in the future. It's not intended to try and spur a rate of development that the community is not familiar with.
Okay. Good. That's good to know. And I'm sure this will come up with our public comments. There's a big thing about emergency evacuation. A lot of correspondences coming in on that. Is that something that you would be addressing later on, Director Monovitz?
Well, I think that's a relevant question to address right now. I know Katie and Chanda have been responding to those comments and concerns throughout the process. So let me allow them to provide a response.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just respond and say we are looking into doing an evacuation analysis in the future, potentially as part of an update to the emergency operations plan and or the safety element. it's something that we are looking into and talking about, and we'll likely be doing sometime in the next few years.
Okay. Great, thank you. No questions at this time.
Great, thank you, Ms. Gupta. Commissioner Ketchum? You're muted again.
So this is just for questions and comments later. I don't have any questions at this time. You're muted.
Sorry. There we are. Yes, this is just for questions at this time. So if you don't have any, then I don't have any questions. I think some of the things at this time that would be for emergency evacuation, stuff like that. I would like to hear more about that. And I may have some questions about that. So then at this time, let's open for public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We're now opening public comment for item number 6. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. I first see Sabrina Brennan, followed by Carlisle Ann Young. Just 1 second while I get the timer.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to comment. I'm just gonna kind of randomly point out a few things that have popped up while you guys were talking. I do live in Moss Beach, so I am a co-sider. I've lived here since 1998. And during the time that I've lived here, over 20 years, there really have been no significant improvements regarding traffic and bicycle and pedestrian access. It's been incredibly disappointing that we have not seen improvements. The community was very engaged initially in this process, but that was so many years ago that hardly anybody remembers it. I don't think Steve Monowitz even worked for the county at that time. I think he was still with the Coastal Commission. So I'm really glad that this planning effort has been dusted off and might get approved. It does feel a bit outdated, and I think some of the commissioner comments, especially from Commissioner Hansen, picked up on that. And I think that the datedness of it is really reflective of the many delays in moving it forward. You know, that can happen. So since the emergency planning was just mentioned, I thought I would bring up the fact that the current tsunami evacuation planning and fire evacuation planning on the coast side is not good. And it's a real scary situation for people out here. It has not been addressed by the county adequately. We have a huge fire load in El Granada and parts of Montera, and literally the whole coast side could just burn down and we wouldn't be able to get out. So that's a worry. The tsunami signage is conflicting. So one sign tells you to go one direction, another sign tells you something different. None of it makes any sense. There's been no effort to resolve that I'm aware of, and people don't know what to do or where to go. We do know Highway 1 is in complete gridlock at a time of an emergency. So trying to get out on Highway 1 is not an option. You need to literally get on a bicycle and ride your bike up to the closest hillside, which creates a huge problem for people with disabilities. So we do need to think through our planning around that. We don't have safe crossings on Highway 1. And one great thing about moving some sort of plan forward with Caltrans would be trying to get them to address safe crossings. They put in a very sad little crossing in Moss Beach. It's incredibly dangerous and should be removed. That is not the kind of crossing that we need. So if you haven't seen it, you should go look at it, and it requires grabbing a flag and waving a flag as you cross Highway 1, hoping that you're not run over. We have had people injured. A young boy lost his leg at that location. It's incredibly dangerous. So we really got to do something about the safe crossings, and we need to do it now. We needed to do it over 20 years ago, but we definitely need to do it now. We know that there's a lot more traffic than there used to be. There's a lot more interest in coming to the coast side on the part of Bay Area residents and visitors. And the county continues to approve additional housing. So of course, you know, we have more traffic on the roads, yet none of these things have been addressed. It was mentioned that we need bike access on Highway 92. And I agree that Highway 92 is too narrow and dangerous for reasonable bike access, but there has been discussions in the past about developing a path that would parallel 92, but not be on 92 to create bicycle access. I would love to see something like that move forward. And I know the Coastside Bicycle Coalition would support it, and I'm sure the Sierra Club would as well. Trying to think of anything else. Yeah, I mean, I think this is dated, but it's better than nothing, which is what we have now. And I just can't emphasize enough that this needs to get funded, and we need to stop messing around. You know, we're paying taxes here. We have taxation without real representation. The money that we're being taxed is not going back into our community, and that needs to stop. So please move this forward, and please make sure that we get the services that we need and the safe access that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Next.
Well, next to call on Carlo Ann Young, followed by Len Erickson.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. I just will I did send in a lengthy letter, and you probably all read it. It was about the emergency evacuation, the fact the county completely overlooked it in their study. And Director Hansen did bring up the fact that, you know, if cost is the driver, don't put it in the discussion. And I really feel that's what happened, because I did send an email to Katie Faulkner, well, actually to Joe Leclerc, after he talked to the Mid-Coast Community Council about this in 2020, asking, well, they didn't mention anything about an emergency evacuation. That was before the lightning fire in 2021. So she said they were going to be working on it. I also attended the Half Moon Bay meeting about their, I think it was called their LUP update. They said they were going to be working on it. Well, that's fine, but disasters really don't wait for people to come out and get their plans together, as you can tell. So I think it comes down to quality of life. To Mid-Coasters, the safety concerns are being ignored. In Lake County, hopefully you saw that part of my letter. The judge denied an approval of a big complex because the county had not had not taken serious consideration for emergency access and egress. So I have mentioned many times that Devil's Slide has a huge eucalyptus grove just south of the tunnel, and why can't they get Caltrans to trim it back from the edge of the roadway? Because I watched the fire in Paradise where all those broken down vehicles just line the roadways, that there is no place to pull over on that part of Devil's Slide. So we're being overlooked and put in peril. I really can't emphasize enough. We do not even have an emergency evacuation center. It's all over. Either drive all the way down to Half Moon Bay or go to a nearby city like Pacifica. And I think the Mid-Coast deserves at least a community center for emergency evacuation and other things like that. But that's not really what's on the table here. The big ideas were overlooked. I know somebody said they weren't, but many times underpasses were discussed. They want to put the Devil's Slide Gray Whale Cove into this project, but they won't give us a decent crosswalk right in Moss Beach. But a better thing would be to consider underpasses, especially at Surfers Beach, where we have nonstop jaywalkers and families toting kids and beach gear across the highway and surfers with their surfboards, and they just wander out into traffic. There's even was a big Caltrans sign up for a long time saying, use the crosswalks, which are way down at either end at where the traffic signals are. So that's, you know, pushing the idea into, they didn't ever look at that idea, probably because of funding. Vigorous outreach, not. In the beginning, yes, we did have quite a few public meetings and talked about discussing, it was a lively discussion, but then they went into COVID and they hurried through with these virtual meetings and put us all into separate little rooms. Most of them were filled with county people and not very few residents. So that was really overlooked as far as, that was not vigorous outreach, I don't think. And I've been living on the coast since 1988 in Moss Beach. My intersection is Cypress and Highway 1. And that is LOF, I guess it's F or maybe, I mean, LOS, F, and E. So I've been living with this situation for a long time. How soon will you be getting a Cypress intersection going with a roundabout? Because that's the one that Big Wave promised to pay for, and now I guess the counties let them off the hook on a lot of their unpaid issues. But I really think that the new 71 units that they're trying to shoehorn into the former base up there in Moss Beach is going to create even more traffic on the highway, and getting in and out onto Highway 1 is going to be a big problem. So we still, without the Half Moon Bay, we're going to have gridlock because they didn't choose to be part of this plan or program. They're going to do their own thing. And the main reason the CTMP has been already waiting 20 years and there's very little development was that water was not available in the North Coast, Montero, Moss Beach until 2011 when they lifted a 30-year water moratorium. So new users will have to pay their fair share on that. But I really think, Mr. Monowitz has pie in the sky. Maybe somebody should reach out to Elon Musk for a tunnel under 92. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Chair?
Yes, go ahead with the next one, please.
Great. I'll now call on Len Erickson, followed by Fran Pollard.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Len Erickson. I'm speaking as an individual with several background links to this project area. In the slides Chanda put up, she noted the beginning of the project at 2012, noting when the LCP required a comprehensive transportation management plan, also referred to what we call the safety and mobility studies. Those studies were a product of a group of local citizens, including myself, and one director from the county who succeeded in getting funding from Caltrans for community development and led to 2 different programs that completed what we refer to as a safety and mobility study that in many ways are a foundation for this work. By the time the LCP got underway, I was, as far as the Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan, I was at that point a member of the Mid-Coast Community Council and worked on that activity as well as it was developed. I left the council for a while and then now I'm back on the council, which has had multiple considerations of this. And most recently looked at it in summation, put out a letter of summary comments in January. At this point now, I'm speaking as an individual because basically the council opted not to make further comments on the project, not as a sense of that it should be rejected, but that it's gone through multiple phases. There's great continuity actually in the project. We have here on your commission, Lisa Ketchum, who virtually from the start and even the pre-work was very active. And Steve Monowitz was just joining the council when the safety and mobility studies were happening. So sort of top to bottom, there's really a lot of experience in this area. With respect to what Commissioner Hansen said, I think this effort, which has gone on literally for 7 years, needs to come to a conclusion at this level. I think the idea of trying to think beyond that is great. But from the standpoint of the MCC, which works as an advisory council, we found that at this point, we have no less than 4 Caltrans projects, each with a project manager trying to work on different parts of Highway 1 in our area. And even to keep up with them is a challenge. I think in the county's response to it, they've reached out, they've already begun to cite the value of Connect the Coast site as a document to point to some features that can be incorporated into the Caltrans work. And so we look to really more activity there. And consequently tonight at the Midcoast Community Council, I have an agenda item just to try to shift the gears to avoid, not to avoid planning, but to take this plan as it will probably be adopted by the county and to see where we can go directly to projects and what we can contribute to those project efforts, which is a major demand in itself. So and furthermore, over the last 2 or 3 years, the county has finally hired professional staff in the planning department to deal with this. You have them here today, and I thought they've done a great job in editing as well as adding to this final vision. So I think it's something the county can be proud of. It's not that it doesn't lack, it may lack for larger future visions, but in terms of where we are now, just working with it and trying to move forward on any number of specifics that are either there and in process, or taking ideas that have been discussed for a long time and turn them into specific funded projects. So I think we can look for that kind of work from the council itself, and the citizens, as you will hear, always remain quite active and interested. So I want to commend those who worked on this draft. I do finally want to say that this is within the LCP, the Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan. We have yet to hear an active final dialogue from the Coastal Commission that the LCP is for them or from them. And so we still look forward to final comments from the Coastal Commission relative to where this goes, and that's in a number of different directions. I don't think that should affect the adoption of it, but there's a whole dialogue still there, and we look to be informed of that as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll finally call on Fran Pollard, and that is our last hand.
All right, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go
Yes,
ahead.
Okay. I just want to say I agree with the previous callers that made the statements. The thing we need the most is comprehensive plan for escaping the coast side in case of fire. I think is more prevalent than a tsunami. So, and as I've stated before, the whole coast has only one road to go on, and that's Highway 1. And I have spent sometimes just trying, I live I was one of the original people involved in this whole plan of Connect the Coast 20 years ago. I can't imagine it going on for another 30 years. We have to do something to make it easier for people to get out of this coast. I don't know what you're going to do, but something's got to be done. And along with tree mitigation of the trees in the forests to prevent a fire, especially around the border that borders the community. But if anything happens, how are we going to get out? I started to say, I've spent sometimes 6 signal changes before I could get out of El Granada at the Coronado signal, because there's so many intersections, right? There's about 5 intersections there, and people just line up, and it takes forever to get out on an ordinary busy weekend. So I can't even imagine everyone trying to escape the community at one time. We've got to have more ways to get out and more, I don't know, it's just getting ridiculous. So as I said, I agree. I had a copy of Carlisle Young's letter before. I read it all. I agree with everything she said, and I hope you have all read it. If not, I urge you to read and please do something soon. Thank you.
Okay, then, thank you, Ms. Pollard.
Thank you, Chair. We do have one more hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, bring them in.
Okay, this is Dolores Silva. Please unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, yes. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do want to, I'm speaking for Midcoast Eco, and I do want to say that we wrote an extensive letter working within this plan, which is very well written, and it covers a lot of ground. But it's important to notice that almost all the substantial improvements are beyond 10 years. I mean, Cypress, and which was noted before, it doesn't go into the realm of being anywhere near close to implementation until medium term, which is 8 to 16 years. And you know, it's important to notice that a lot of these important and critical things are way out in time. And I know it takes time to get these implemented. There's so many agencies involved. However, within that, we try to work and make suggestions about what's critical to do now that doesn't have to go as far as some of those, but at least have an interim for some of these concerns like evacuation. And you know, our letter covers those very thoroughly. I don't think I need to go through them, but certainly we were talking about turning lanes and stuff like that to be able to get onto Highway 1, at least in areas where it's really vital. It's hard to deal with this plan that says someplace else evacuation will be covered. It needs to be in here somewhere. I mean, otherwise, how is it comprehensive? And the other things we tried to point out was that really some safe crossings need to be implemented sooner, crossings of Highway 1, because there really are none. And then safe routes to school. I mean, things like that section that was shown between Moss Beach and Montera, that is very dangerous. I mean, kids don't walk to school, and very few, I've lived here for over 30 years, and rarely do I see any children taking their bicycles to school. Right now, there's one boy that goes by our house every day who is on a little, you know, this little scooter, sort of like a Razor, the old type. And that's it. I mean, kids don't, I think parents don't allow their kids to drive their bicycles to school because they have to go on that section of the highway, which is very dangerous, whether you ride a bike or you're a pedestrian. So again, safe crossings, safe routes to school. Somebody noted that our growth has been pretty low, and yes, it has been for a variety of reasons, but yet our traffic has increased tremendously. And if you were to look at census comparisons, population hasn't grown that much. But what happened? Well, school buses went away. They're not coming back in this plan, and there's no nothing proposed to help that traffic. These Samtrams, I mean, some people take it, but it's pretty hard to convert a lot of people who are now being driven to take Samtrams, which is unreliable to a large extent. And then this plan also misses the concerns that we have about climate impact. So those are some things that I think are in some ways need to have some attention drawn to them. And yes, this plan can continue as it is, but it covers a lot of ground. But please notice that it takes things a long time, and that in the interim, we need some things that will help with safety. Safety is a key point. And, you know, perhaps a lot of our growth has also been due to visitor traffic, which has increased tremendously. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's not just residents that are causing this backup on the highways. So thank you for this effort. It was huge, it was long, and I know it's very difficult, and we appreciate it. And I hope that you can give some importance to the ones that are regarding safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, is that the last person?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think at this point that we can close public participation. Can we get a motion?
I move.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Ramirez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, then the motion carries unanimously and public participation is now closed for this item. I think we can now have maybe staff respond to some of the comments that came from the people that spoke.
Sure, I'll try and sum up. I think what I took from the comments is there seems to be consensus that things need to get done, that people would like to see things happen more quickly. And we hear that, while we've identified some of these things as being midterm, if we can make them happen more quickly because greater source of funding and or Caltrans collaboration comes forward, we will certainly do that. I hear the folks who say there are things missing from the plan, like consideration of evacuation. We do intend, as we said, to address that. We will be updating our safety element. I think that's going to provide a really good opportunity to work collaboratively with the fire departments and CHP and sheriff about really refining the evacuation plans, which I know they've been working on. I apologize, I don't have an update for you on that today, but it's definitely on the county's radar, and there will be opportunities for the speakers to participate in those discussions in the near future. Lack of safe crossings, clearly that's one of the priorities of the plan, and we definitely would like to move some of those things forward, and we'll continue to do so. I think that having this plan, as I mentioned earlier, puts us in a much better footing for funding, and so I think adoption or recommendation of adoption is one of the best ways that we can make some of these things happen. So I'll conclude there and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any additional questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hanson?
I don't have more questions. I just have a few comments. Other than, I see the plan is very pragmatic. I see us moving forward. If I could change the timeframes on this, I would in any way possible. Whatever my part could be, public sector, I would be happy to do too. It was briefly commented by another person. This really was looking at where we were nearly 7-8 years ago, and we solved those on a very low level, really pain points that need to be solved. But as the population increases 50%, and as the homes come in things like that, we need to have in our mind what's our plan, so we're not thinking that we're just going to be sitting on 92 from Half Moon Bay to Crystal Springs, 6 miles, on bumper to bumper traffic going 5 miles an hour, hoping to avoid anybody who decides to walk or take a horse or how many accidents I've seen that have just shut that down. A truck that has crossed over the middle line. I've actually witnessed a motorcycle crossing and killed. What is the cost of that? We know the problem is, what's the cost of not doing something? I think we need to move to the large issues and that straw man should be put up for first, and let everybody else shoot it down with a better idea, and do it rapidly so we know where we're thinking we're going now. That's my hope. It's like I said, it's good tactical plan. Go for it. We also let everybody know we read or at least I read every single letter that they send to me, whether I like it or not, I read it. But one of them really set me off this time, saying that the county or the commissioners or both, favor certain communities. I have never seen that. I have never, ever seen that. In fact, the communities is referenced in the letter. We almost have no interaction because they're handled by their own town and cities beside that. But we always have seemed to me, viewed as a county as a whole, not saying for the benefit for everybody. And I have never, the other thing that we do things because for tax base increases. In my entire time, no time I've ever gotten administrative reports that this is good for our tax base. In fact, the 3 times we talked about things that impacted taxes, 3 times we lowered the taxes to those parcels that severely impacted, the local community. So the only time we did it, we actually reduced tax base. So, you got a wild theory and want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But please, don't portray it as a fact. I've had it up to here with false facts and alternative facts. Let's deal with the facts, and I'll be happy to address it from what my perspective and as I know it. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yep. And thank you, Mr. Hanson. And I will quickly say that I echo your sentiment on that. I saw that also. Yeah. Commissioner Ketchum.
Thank you. So my comments haven't changed from what I said last year, which were high praise for all the excellent hard work by staff and the resulting document. While I appreciate the effort, I sorely missed our land use policies to proactively address unsustainable maximum build out. Due to the antiquated subdivisions locked in during the brief Ocean Shore Railroad area over a century ago. That said, it's a great relief to wrap up this 8-year planning effort and time to move on to actual projects to improve transportation on the coast side. That's
excellent. Thank you. Ms. Gupta.
I think it's a good proposal. No proposal is 100%, and we need to start moving towards the approval and implementation of that. And that's when we are going to find out what needs to be, I would call it massaged, or if the factors have changed, if the inputs have changed, we need to make some modifications. So this is, it looks like a thing to move forward. We all have faced situations whenever we go to the coast. Commissioner Hanson has mentioned how he has spent hours on those short stretches on 92. Most of us in our lifetime have faced that. So I think it's a very good plan. And thank you. Thank you for all your effort. I had attended few of those past meetings and I could see the work that was going in there. So thank you for all the staff has done. Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to say that, I echo all your comments. I liked what you have said about this for this plan. Over the years, since I started living here and going over to the coast, slowly the traffic has deteriorated to the point where I just avoid going over into that area as much as I can, and I love to take my family out, but you always have to be way more careful and plan more as to when you go out there because of the traffic. And on reading this plan, you try to understand, did they miss anything? Is this the best that we can do? And I would say, from hearing from some of the commenters is that, I think you always try to get everything as much as you can. I know from having been involved in other plans from the county here where I live, that you always try to put in there as much as you can. And also you have to be, aware that everything that you put in there has a price, whether you like it or not. It has a price tag. And so, you have to start with an idea of what you want, and then you also have to come down to reality as to, what can you afford? Well, anyways, having said all that, I think that this is a good starting document. I think something that will benefit the area and start to resolve some of the problems that have been identified. So with that, I'm going to say, I'm good, and I'm going to support this. So I think we're done probably with the deliberation. So can we have a motion?
May I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I move to number 1, recommend that the Board of Supervisors find Connect the Coast Side, the San Mateo County Mid-Coast Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan to be consistent with the county general plan and local coastal program. And number 2, recommend that the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to adopt Connect the Coast Side, the San Mateo County Mid-Coast Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Janet, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Motion carries unanimously. So congratulations. And I just want to say also, thank everybody that was involved from the community in all the meetings. But I would say especially the office of Supervisor Horsley. I think he has been spearheading this whole thing. So thanks a lot and congratulations. Okay. Next we have item number 7. Janet, could you read it for the record?
Item number 7 is an informational session, community climate action plan and climate action element update. And presenting today is Ivana Andrade from the Office of Sustainability.
Hello. Give me one moment while I share my screen. Can everybody see that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ivana Andrade, excuse me, and I'm a resource conservation specialist in the Office of Sustainability. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today, Commissioners, about the 2022 Community Climate Action Plan. And during the next 10 minutes, I will brief you on this project so that you're more familiar with it and you can pose any clarifying questions in preparation for the public hearing before the Commission next month. This project involves an update to the 2013 Energy and Climate Change element and the 2013 Energy Efficiency Climate Action Plan in response to changes in state law. Both documents include actions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in unincorporated San Mateo County by focusing on electrifying buildings, supporting the transition to electric vehicles across unincorporated county, and supporting climate beneficial agriculture. With respect to implementation, these documents contain policies to shape future programs, building code, and other planning policies. They are not directly changing building code or ordinances upon adoption. Today, I'm going to be referring to 4 different documents. On the left, we have 2 existing documents, those that are in place, the 2013 Energy and Climate Change element and the 2013 Energy Efficiency Climate Action Plan, which have outdated emissions reduction targets. On the right side, we have 2 updated policy documents, the 2022 General Plan Climate Element, and the 2022 Draft Community Climate Action Plan, or CCAP for short. The CCAP provides greater detail than the climate element and functions as an implementation document for the climate element. The measures outlined in the updated documents have been assessed for consistency with other general plan elements and the local coastal program. So looking specifically at the elements for a moment, the updated 2022 General Plan Climate Element incorporates new scientific information. It updates our strategies for moving forward and building on our accomplishments since 2013. And it brings the county into compliance with new state targets. County staff, along with consultants, have prepared an initial study, negative declaration for this element, tearing off the initial environmental document for the original element. Looking specifically at the Climate Action Plan, as I mentioned, the CCAP provides greater detail and functions as an implementation document for the climate element. It incorporates new scientific information. It updates the measures and actions again for moving forward. We have a fresh set of actions. It establishes a new emissions reduction goal, and it also features an innovative working lands component focused on climate beneficial agriculture, which I'll talk about in a moment. County staff and consultants began the project with data gathering and a multi-criteria analysis, moving into drafting and stakeholder consultation and engagement. For a while, we were involved in this iterative sort of process between drafting and engagement. We performed environmental review and are revising the draft. And this summer, we'll hopefully be bringing the documents to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. The process of developing the strategies, as I mentioned, has been iterative and has involved numerous stakeholder groups, which I'll allude to here in a moment. To solicit public feedback, we actually hosted a number of pop-up events, about 5 or 6 throughout unincorporated county. We received nearly 130 survey responses, actually more than that, after our latest round of surveying, currently ongoing. And with COVID, we pivoted to doing virtual workshops, focus groups, interviews, and briefings where we engaged over 500 community leaders, residents, and technical stakeholders. Here you can see a few images of our engagement activities. We have an image of in-person events we did at the North Fair Oaks Community Center and the Siena Youth Center before COVID. We have screenshots of workshops we did with youth and community groups for numerous months through COVID. And in the lower right-hand side, we have images of collateral staff developed in Mandarin and Spanish and materials designed for youth audiences. County staff aimed to prioritize racial equity throughout the planning process and the engagement process through an iterative evaluation of the equity implications of proposed actions. So we really took a close look at all of the actions numerous times through inclusive community engagement and targeted stakeholder engagement, targeted stakeholder consultation through things like focus groups. To get more specific on that, county staff have integrated racial equity throughout the CCAP's measures. Here are a few examples of how we did that. The plan focuses on workforce development and specifically providing, quote, employment opportunities for the local workforce, residents with barriers to employment, and communities most affected by climate change. With respect to identifying where electrification efforts can bring the most benefit, the CCAP places a priority on low-income households, historically underserved communities, and on locations where infrastructure and/or appliances are aging, where indoor air quality is poor. These are just 2 examples. This focus can be found throughout the plan's measures. Getting into the contents of the plan now, the plan's strategies are oriented around these 4 topic areas or sectors: building energy, transportation, solid waste and consumption, and working lands. These are our emissions sources, and we designed the plan around these sources, namely transportation, solid waste, mostly organics being sent to the landfill, and energy use in homes, commercial buildings, multifamily housing. So a critical component of reaching our 2030 climate goal will be electrifying new and existing building stock in unincorporated county. We're already effectively electrifying new buildings through the REACH code that we adopted in 2021, which we'll need to continuously incorporate into our building code moving forward. Our 2030 target is to electrify 16% of our existing buildings, and the CCAP identifies many potential pathways and pilots for accelerating that work. We'll also need to deploy microgrids, which involve solar panels and battery storage technology, to generate local renewable energy and improve resilience during public safety power shutoff events. We'll also need to invest in adaptation-related emissions reduction measures such as energy efficiency in homes, urban canopy, and cool roofs. To reach our 2030 goal in the transportation sector, we'll need to increase zero-emission vehicle adoption by 18%, reduce vehicle miles traveled by 3%, and add 90 miles of bike lanes in unincorporated county. To do that, the CCAP lays out strategies for increasing electric vehicle adoption by residents of all incomes, encouraging urban density, supporting bike and pedestrian-friendly planning, and pursuing programs for shared transit, which could involve ideas such as partnering with Samtrans or Caltrain to establish a shuttle program, ride sharing and e-bikes, scooter programs for helping folks access public transit more easily. These are all strategies that sync with existing policies and plans, such as the recently adopted Active Transportation Plan and others. As I alluded to a moment ago, diverting organic material from the landfill is another part of meeting our 2030 target. When organic material, kitchen scraps, yard waste, gets sent to the landfill, it decomposes anaerobically and produces large amounts of methane. Senate Bill 1383 requires all local jurisdictions to divert significant amounts of organics from the landfill. And so complying with this law, which we're already planning on doing, will effectively meet this climate-related target. The CCAP also looks at ways the county can divert construction materials and inorganic waste from the landfill as well. This plan is at the cutting edge in terms of its inclusion of working lands and carbon sequestration, which has been getting a lot of attention recently. Together with the Carbon Cycle Institute, the San Mateo Resource Conservation District, and Santa Clara County, we've developed a suite of measures designed to scale climate beneficial agricultural practices, such as compost application and cover cropping. These include pursuing funding strategies, technical assistance, and data collection to enable and improve carbon sequestration on working lands, securing implementation infrastructure such as a compost spreader, identify and address permitting barriers, and ensuring working lands are preserved for agricultural production. And lastly, supporting collaborations and projects that advance ecological restoration on natural lands. So these are our next steps here. I'm just wrapping up. Our public review period will close this Friday at 5 p.m. So if you haven't had a chance to check out our open house, please do so. It's included, a link to that's included in the staff report. And hopefully this summer we'll be taking the plan, next month we'll be taking this plan back to this commission for a recommendation for approval, hopefully. And then after that to the Board of Supervisors for them to consider adoption. So with that, I'd like to conclude and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Great presentation. Kit, any questions for commissioners? Commissioner Ketchum.
Sorry, all that time to say no. No questions from me, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Gupta.
Yes. Question I have is, you had mentioned about focusing on low-income households. Do you also focus on younger folks, like going out to schools, educating students about how they could be on board with you, how they could understand what we are facing and how they could be a big part of it?
Yeah, we do. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Gupta. I'll just start. Actually, right now, we've been partnering with a group of middle school students to do canvassing in some unincorporated areas in the county. And my colleague, Camille Lang, with the Youth Climate Ambassadors and Youth Exploring Sea Level Rise program, has been working specifically with groups of youth to do some surveying and canvassing and talk to their community members about the climate action plan and about climate change generally. So that's been a really fruitful area of engagement. But the plan does in several places reference the importance and the need for strategic and targeted public education campaigns, including focusing on youth and educational curriculum.
Right. Do you also like kind of get them involved in going out with you in educating other young folks? Because young folks listen to other peers much more than an adult going and trying to tell them that this is all real and they need to work on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And part of what the Youth Climate Ambassadors program does is exactly that. But in terms of the plan itself, the way that we structured it is many of the measures are fairly high level. And so we don't have the exact plan for how we're going to carry everything out yet. There are a lot of unknowns. So for better or worse, there's still some answers or some things that we need to think through in terms of how are we going to implement this specific measure? And the public education part is one of them. So I think that's a great point and something that we'll definitely be considering when we do launch specific public education campaigns.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was reading about the Peninsula Clean Energy. When that was taking off, I was attending their early meetings. This is before they launched the Peninsula Clean Energy. And I know that now they are offering incentives for electric vehicles, people buying electric vehicles. So are there any other incentives that Office of Sustainability or county offers to people for doing more of this, what do you call, going for say appliances that reduces the emissions, lowers our footprints, what we call the GHG footprint?
Yes. So as you mentioned, Peninsula Clean Energy is going to be one of our most critical partners and collaborators in reaching our climate goals. In fact, Peninsula Clean Energy and the establishment of Peninsula Clean Energy through the Office of Sustainability is really the primary reason why we met our 2020 climate goals 3 years early. So they're going to play a huge role, and our office is already collaborating with them on a number of different things. So you are correct. They do offer different kinds of incentives on different things, battery backup units for homes, electric vehicles. And there are other sources for incentives right now that are offered through programs like the Bay Area Regional Energy Network. But right now, there's no specific incentive that comes directly from the Office of Sustainability. We help, we run and manage programs like the Bay Area Regional Energy Network. But part of what this plan is doing is identifying where county staff, Office of Sustainability staff, in collaboration with planning and Peninsula Clean Energy and even Pacific Gas and PG&E, need to think about where can we develop more incentives, more specific and targeted incentives, for example, for property owners, for renters, what's the best way to structure those? And again, Peninsula Clean Energy is going to be a really important partner in that. But we're clearly going to need to come up with some creative financing solutions to make a lot of the things in here within reach for a broad spectrum of folks in the county.
Okay. Good to know that. Thank you. No more questions.
All right, Commissioner Hanson.
So I was thinking, and of course, this is where everybody begins to groan. Being a bean counter, I did a back of the envelope observation, and please jump in anytime and say that's wrong or that's stupid. And actually, it was the previous item on I read first project. I read first and then read yours and said, "Oh, what about this?" So, a car in motion at a continuous speed is a much more desirable thing than one that goes stop and go, stop and go. And particularly, I said, well, what is the cost? Well, if I was on the coast side, sitting at a signal, waiting for it to turn, and all the cars behind me, I have to, go from a dead stop up to speed, which is, most days it's 50, some days a little higher, some days nowhere near, but let's say 50. That's a lot of greenhouse gases and acceleration and sitting. There's two things going on there. I've lost a mile of travel in that time of sitting, plus all the gas I'm using sitting, plus the acceleration. Under the transportation things, would it be appropriate to think of we could reduce some, and it has to be a significant amount of greenhouse gases if we replace some signals with roundabouts?
Mm. Yeah, that's a really interesting thought. There are the way that some of our technical analysis kind of, when you look under the hood of a climate action plan, there's the inventory, and then there's a lot of modeling and assumptions that goes into the producing the numbers that we're responsible for reducing. So if you look at the transportation, it's based on vehicle miles traveled, and that's based on a in-boundary methodology. So we get these numbers from models driven and developed at the state level. And so the granular kind of information and data that you're talking about, we don't have, but you definitely have a point in terms of, and because on Highway 1, there's a lot of that is unincorporated. And so that is certainly an analysis that we could perform. We already know, even without that granular analysis, we already know that vehicle miles traveled is our number one source of emissions, and it's the most carbon intensive activity within our scope of emissions that we're responsible for reducing. So even without knowing how much exactly do idling cars on Highway 1 waste, we already know without that information that single occupancy vehicles are far and away the most carbon intensive thing that we're doing. But we could do some further analysis when we're comparing what kinds of investments to make in the transportation sector, which would do the most benefit in reducing those greenhouse gas emissions. And that's what you're specifically talking about, is not analysis that we've done, but can certainly note that and even include it as an option in the plan.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Thank you for your write-up. It made me think, and thinking is good.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mr. Hanson, for your input. I always like your thinking outside the box. All right.
People want to put the box in and put the nails deeper.
Yeah. No, I like your report. I like what you already have in it. I look forward to seeing what will be the final analysis of this. my comment is going to be more like, you know, in the way of, you know, we have to maximize our resources across, you know, if it's energy wise and everything, but we need to maximize our resources and money, what we have. And where I go with this is, you know, I see now that, you know, electric cars are still very expensive. Most people cannot afford electric cars. So electrification of our mobility is going to take years, especially for those people that can least afford it. So I think that our money is better spent trying to insulate homes. I think that's where we can reduce our greenhouse by a long shot if we really put a lot more effort into it. That's where I think we can, you know, make the most with the limited resources that we have. And going forward, I think, yes, we need to move into an all electric, but, you know, that also implies that we got to make sure that we have electric generation so that we can move everything from cooking to transportation, all of that. Because I know that I think PG&E right now is looking at increasing the rates by about 10%. And people that can least afford, you know, an electric car, they can't go and get a new electric vehicle and start driving an electric vehicle. But if electricity is going to be more expensive, it kind of defeats the purpose. But I think especially like right now, everybody's feeling the pinch with the gas the way it is. And so, I mean, I think things are looking good because I think there are so many different automakers that are now pushing hard to get to convert to electric vehicles that will bring the price of electric vehicles in the future. But I don't see that happening immediately. So I'm just saying that we should, in the short term, look at what is the best use of our resources. You know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents for this. All right. Let's open for public comment, I think.
Thank you, Chair. We're now opening public comment for item number 7. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. Let's give it a moment. There are currently no hands raised.
Okay.
Actually, I see
all
one.
right. Oh, okay.
We
Bring it
have
in.
Fran Pollard. Hold on a second. Ms. Pollard? Go ahead. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for getting this on the agenda. And I hope, as with the other items, that it gets done sooner rather than later, and that we do start affecting and taking seriously climate change and taking the initiative and doing some positive things to help the situation. I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised, Chair.
All right. Well, seeing that there are no more people that want to participate, at this time, I would like to close public participation unless there's an objection. And with that, all right. Any further discussion from commissioners? Any further questions? Should I call on each one? No, I see shaking their head. No. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Andrea. So we can, thank you. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you again soon.
Me too. Thank you.
All right. So now we can move on to our next item, our item number 8, correspondence and other matters.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the patience of all the commissioners with today's long meeting. I have no correspondence to report to you beyond the correspondence that you received regarding the items we discussed today.
All right, consideration of a study session for next meeting.
I'm not recommending a study session for next meeting. We have 2 items currently on the agenda. I guess this is somewhat of a study session item. One of them is the North Fair Oaks Phase 4 rezoning, EIR scoping, or yeah, it's the EIR scoping. So, and then the second item is a modification to the Joswiak project. You may recall this was a development in the rural area south of Half Moon Bay, where Mid-Peninsula Open Space District and Green Foothills had concern about the size of the barn and some other issues. The commission voted in favor to approve the project, and in doing so did not change any of the conditions of approval. The speakers, particularly Green Foothills, were concerned that the conditions hadn't been updated to reflect what they understood the commission's decision to be. And so they've requested, and the applicant has agreed to come back to the commission to make the modifications to the conditions needed to make the record clear about what's been agreed to. So I think that the commission probably recalls that discussion and is familiar with the issues. So at this point, I'm inclined to put it on the consent calendar. It's really a cleanup matter, but if for some reasons questions come up about it, of course, we'll be happy to have a hearing on it.
Okay, great. Director's report.
Yes, in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk to you about one thing today, and that is the return to live meetings, or hybrid meetings. That is, the Board of Supervisors announced that they will begin hybrid meetings beginning in May. And if the Planning Commission would like to follow suit, staff is willing and able to make that happen. I would suggest that if you would like to start in-person meetings, that we don't do it the first meeting in May, that we let Janet and others become familiar with technology and the techniques. And if that all goes well, we can contemplate the second meeting in May as a hybrid meeting.
All right, yeah, I like that. Yeah, no problem. Is that it for the report?
That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, updates or questions?
I have a question for Steve on that. So will there be, or will we find out later, as far as the hybrid meetings, I understand this will accommodate the public who wishes to, be there in chambers. Will there be any kind of standards or expectations as far as commissioners being in the room?
I believe that the intent is to give the commissioners, the decision makers, the choice as well. Tim, do you have any input on that?
The resolution that we anticipate the Board of Supervisors may adopt at its Tuesday meeting essentially transitions to a phase where local or the legislative bodies like the Planning Commission are advised to continue to adopt AB 361 resolutions, but to give the option for remote participation for the members of each commission or advisory body. So it's no longer phrased as that remote meetings are regarded as best practices. It's instead to allow individuals to decide whether or not they want to participate remotely or in person. And the only way in which potentially that decision could be made for the individuals is if you did not, by a majority vote, adopt an AB 361 resolution, then in-person attendance would be required of the commissioners. So again, because people's circumstances are different, and their risk analysis is different. Their the potential that they might develop symptoms the morning of a board meeting and might need to participate remotely but not know it until the morning of. We continue to recommend that AB 361 resolutions be adopted for as long as they are legally valid, so that every individual participant can make their own choice about how best to participate and maintain their own safety.
It occurred to me, turning away the level of being there, a comparison of being here, you can see my face, or if I'm in the room with the T111, with whatever, with the mask, and it sort of seemed like I feel more there if I, I can see everybody without a mask. But anyhow, so we'll cover that when the time comes. And I just have one other thing. So on the propane yard, will we get to review the final conditions of approval of the permit? And my concern is that some of the existing conditions of approval will be dated due to the modifications to the project. And also separately, the question is, will the pampas grass eradication that I had asked for be included, even though it wasn't listed on that last page of the presentation?
Well, I'll start with the weed management. If I recall correctly, there is a condition specific to weed management. And I think if we want to specify pampas grass as one of the weeds that need to be dealt with, I don't really see a problem with that. Does that answer the second question?
Well, it's sort of that, yeah, so they mow the pampas grass, it comes right back. That's what they've been doing. It's why it's so badly infested. It needs to be treated.
Oh, I see.
It's not just a matter of cutting dry weeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think at this point it would be difficult to mandate a method, but I think we could strongly encourage it. I think without, having the commission vote on specifying that as a requirement, I'm reluctant to say that I can do that now, but
Okay.
I can speak with the applicant and see if they would agree to that. And if so, then I could incorporate it as a minor modification, I believe. So
I appreciate that. Yeah, that sounds good. It's like I ran into the same problem with the Moss Beach Chevron where I forgot to reiterate at the end request that I had made a little earlier, and then it just went away. So
okay. And then as the maker of the motion that was I think the action was crafted upon, I would be happy to share a draft of the letter of decision with you, Commissioner Ketchum, just to make sure it accurately reflects the motion that was made. And if there's no objection to that, I think I don't think I'd be in a position to share it with all the commissioners for Brown Act reasons. I see some nods. So unless there's objection, I'll just share it with the maker of the motion. Or actually, you were the seconder. So if I'm recalling, Commissioner Gupta made the motion, but it was based on, I think, the slide you had prepared. So that's why I was interpreting it that way.
okay. Either one.
I'm okay if you want to share it with Commissioner Ketchum, because she knows exactly the modification she wants to make to that. So I'm fine with that. If legally it's okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Just one comment. This morning's Daily Journal had an opinion article about a tram to the coast. I think it was kind of referring to this Connect the Coast side. So they were talking about, I couldn't read the whole article because it wouldn't let me, but there is one that you may like to read about it. A tram from intersection of 280 and 92 to the mid-coast.
Oh,
so that
Half Moon Bay City Council was discussing that. I think they call it a gondola.
Oh, okay. Oh, they were talking about gondola. Okay.
Sounded fun.
I could only read first few lines, so I don't know if this was the same thing. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, guys, then it's 2:14, so this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
rest
you,
of the day.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.